What is up, everybody? So I would just like to point out that for the FGO stream last night, the only part of it that was particularly good was the part that wasn't about FGO, and that was the Fate Strange fake news. So that was great, but it's like, we got no quality of life updates whatsoever. We're not getting the rest of Lost Belt 7 for a good while. And yeah, that was pretty much it. So not a particularly hype stream. So as for Rasputin / Codamine, I was like looking into how they did him and like his bio and stuff, and I don't really like it. So what they basically did was he looks like Codamine in stage 1, but he's not. He's Rasputin. But then in stage 2 and 3, he's Codamine, but he looks like Angra, like alter nonsense, because he is. So it's like, the more influence from like the other gods and Angra there is, the more Codamine he is. But then he looks really weird. And then in stage 1, where he looks the most normal, it's Rasputin. And I'm really not a fan. I would have preferred they did it like Bizet, where stage 1 isn't like kinda like Bizet, it's literally just Bizet, right? And then the stage 3 is the wacky nonsense. I would have much preferred that. But I'm probably gonna roll some anyway, because I'm not gonna lie, the only reason I really want to roll is for Ku, and also Codamine's voice actor is like the shit, right? So even though I don't really like the way they're doing the character in FGO, it's you know, it's voice actor's still great. So, but yeah, really, I just kind of wanted an excuse to get Ku copies. But yeah, I was really hoping his stage 1 would just be totally normal, like Bizet's was. And it's not, and yeah, I'm kinda And okay, is this crazy? Like, am I crazy? Because I'm not making this shit up. One of the biggest reasons why I'm kinda about it is because obviously the character's not being done like the way I'm the most happy with, but it's also because like, if the character's not like 10 out of 10, I don't want to spend the QP. Like, that's actually the reason. It's like, if the character's not like, you know, the exact thing that I want, do I really want to spend like 200 million QP on this? Because like, that's what it takes if you want to max them out. So, you know, if I don't max them out, then why am I even rolling, right? So like, really, it's like the skill gems, and what do alter egos even take? I like never level alter egos. Let me look here. Don't they take like multi Cavalry class gems? Like, there's no way I can deal with that. I can't even do GSSR because I can't buy SQ on JP because we did that thing a while ago. And if I really tried, I could probably still get SQ on JP. Like, I think you can buy like play cards or some shit, but I don't care enough. I'll check to see if maybe I've got enough paid SQ from last year, maybe, but I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Yeah, they normally take you probably go take like Assassin, and something else, I'm assuming. So, yeah, that's the thing, if I get them, there's no world where I'm gonna be able to level them anytime soon. I have no caster gems. And, I need to give caster gems to like so many other characters right now, like Zhu Fu. So, it feels like a waste. Like, it just feels like I'm not gonna use him. I'll just use Lost instead. Because Lost, I think, is already 10-10-10 and all that kind of stuff. However, I do really want an excuse for 2 copies. But yeah, I don't know. I'm in 2 minds about this. I think I'll at least use summon tickets. There's like no problem there. Yeah, I think for the play cards, you still need a JP account. I don't know about like PayPal and stuff though. I know there's a few ways. So if I'm reading this right, I have 9 SQ from before, and you need 15. So I need 6. So, oh brother, they give you a grail, those sons of bitches, but yeah, I don't think I really want to go through the effort, though. Like, it's not easy to get paid SQ now, so, and besides, what would I even roll on here? Let me see. What are the, I mean, Ivan's always tempting. You know what's dumb? I think is this AoE and single target? Is that what this is? Because what's stupid is I'd potentially roll on this one because you probably only can get single target silver lancers So I'd be more likely to get Ku, and because I want Ku more than, I mean, I'm not making this shit up. Like, I want Ku more than literally any 5-star. Like, if I could pick right now, Ku or Rasputin, I'm picking Ku. I mean, it's just, there's no question here. So yeah, I might actually go with that one just because of that, even though I don't give a shit about these. But let's see, out of the golds though, what would I actually, okay, this one's very likely because it's a 1 in 3 at Moriarty, so that is probably the one I would go for. But yeah, I can't really do it. It's really hard to get paid SQ now. Yeah, it'd probably be Moriarty. Either that, what's King Asan on? Because King Asan being in P2 would be nice, and like maybe he'd be with MHX. So it'd be 2 things I wouldn't mind having. So this one would be 2 out of 3 would be good. So it'd be either that one or Moriarty. Yeah, it's because they changed like the terms of service nonsense with Google or whatever. So you're not allowed to just buy SQ anymore. I don't even get it. It's like that makes Google less money, and it makes all the companies less money. Because before, if you like just went to purchase SQ, it would just translate. Like you could, you know, with a North American account, right? You could still buy a currency in a Japanese game, right? And it was just no problem, right? So you could just do it in the game like any other thing, but you can't do that anymore. So yeah. But yeah, it's just less money for everybody, so it's kind of weird. Alright, well, I'm gonna at least use summon tickets, but I don't know, I'm really not that excited because I just don't really like the way they did them in this game. And then again, Lost already has them really upgraded, so I don't know. And again, I just don't have the mats and stuff to level them. Yeah, I just wish this stage 1 was like the normal Kodamine stage instead of it being the stage 2 and 3. I really do not care for that. But on the other hand, it's like I really do want Ku copies, so... Oh yeah, so they buffed Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and that was before the stream, for like an hour or 2. And a lot of people were thinking, oh, maybe they're gonna show up in Lost Belt 7, and maybe they still will, but, fuck! Man, I was like, oh man, maybe it's that one, nope! God damn it, game, fuck! Anyway, yeah, they buffed Gil and Enkidu, and it's probably because of Fate Strange Fake, not because of Lost Belt 7. So, yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, maybe they'll still show up in Lost Belt 7, who knows, but, here's the thing, I don't think they're gonna show up in Lost Belt 7, and it's got nothing to do with, like, if they'd be helpful there or not, or lore or any of that. It's just because I don't think Nasu's gonna want to use them, because they used Gil for Tiamat, so they don't want to just, like, do that again and again and like, Nasu is just not gonna do it. Like, there's no way. I don't think he's gonna have Gilgamesh play any kind of significant role anytime soon. But anyway, yeah, I think they got buffed because of Fate Strange Fake. Which, that looks awesome. I'm really looking forward to that, so... But, I'm a little concerned, though, because in the trailer, like, the art style was good, the voice acting was good, you know... They didn't, like, mess up, like, any, dialogue or anything, like, from the book, really. Like, it looks like they're, you know, doing things well. But the animation, again, the art style looked good, but the animation didn't look very smooth. Now, that could just be because it's a trailer, and it's not even being released for a good while, so things may not be finished. But I am worried that it's just going to be like APOC tier of animation, which wasn't anything spectacular. Yeah, I saw though Kodamine's third skill is kind of silly with the gut spam. APOC was I mean, the fight scenes were all very brief, and they weren't very fluid, and they kept changing art styles because they outsourced so much. So it, I don't know, I was not crazy about it. Are you kidding me with that? I mean, I don't mind her, she's alright, but like, that's not what I was looking for. Honestly, the main reason I like her is because she uses a mace and an axe, so... if we had more of that, that'd be nice. Look at all these 3 stars that aren't Ku. Okay, no game, that's not what I want. Do need Darius coins, although I don't think he's going to 120 anytime soon. mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure there are more female 4-stars than male. I'm not actually sure about that, but also especially like with limited and unlimited, I think there's a lot more dudes that are unlimited. So actually, I don't know, the thing that you can actually get spooked by, that actually might be pretty even. But I think a lot of the 4-star waifus are limited. There are not way more females in general. That's actually not true. It's just the males represent the 1 to 3 stars a lot more than the 4 and 5 stars. So, you know, there's a bit of a bias there. Yeah, I saw they actually made it more likely to get 4 stars, and I think that's them trying to address the safety net thing. Which also explained why I just got 2 4-stars, but I don't know if I want to roll, man. It's like, I don't see me actually using Kodamine. I hate saying that because I really like Kodamine. He's actually one of my favorite masters, but I just don't like the way they did him in this game. And then like with Lost just already having him maxed out, I'm like, am I gonna really spend like 200 million QP on my own and then somehow get like 1 million caster gems and then not give those caster gems to other characters? I'm like, not really. And that just sucks because I like Kodamine a lot. So like normally I'd be like, yeah, I'll roll for that, but I'm just really not happy with the way they did him. And I honestly don't want to use his toolkit either. It's just not the kind of toolkit that I like. It's way more aimed at farming. Something like whatever. Yeah, this is what I would say to roll for Ku, but the thing is I could just roll for literally any other thing for Ku. That might be something I'd be more willing to actually level up. And whatnot. I just really don't like that he's Rasputin in stage 1 and then he's Kodamine in 2 and 3. I really don't like that. It's kind of like if Bazette was the god in her stage 1 and then it was regular Bazette in stage 3, right? That's just fucking weird, right? And like that's what they did, and I'm so not a fan of that. I'm not gonna lie, chat, the only Lost Belt 7 servant I like right now, and I don't even like, I mean, I don't know, we haven't seen enough of them, but the only one I kinda like is the one with green hair, and it's just because they have green hair. That's it. So, Lost Belt 7's kinda eh. Everyone thought I'd like the Bat guy. I have no idea why, but like, he's literally like Ku Alter type nonsense, so I'm like, no thank you. So yeah, I just like the green and that's it. So it's not good. It's not good. Yeah, they did Falcon Punch someone, so they get a +1 for that, but, yeah, I don't care for Bat Boy. It's just so not my kind of design. Like, there's a fine line between, like, Beowulf and Ku Alter, right? A lot of people don't know the difference, right? They really don't. But there's a big fucking difference, right? And Bat Boy is way more on the Ku Alter side of that line, right? Not good. Now, you know, we haven't seen that much of his character. I've seen most of the translations now, but he's barely been in the story. So, I mean, he could win me over if he's just awesome. Because here's the thing, Ku Alter sucks. It's not just his design, he's such a boring character. Like, he's terrible. He's super boring, hate his design. There's like no positive there. Whereas Bat Boy, the design looks pretty stupid, but he might actually be fucking awesome, right? He might have really good voice acting, because we haven't heard any voice acting from him. You know, he might do really cool stuff in the story, because again, he's barely been in it. So, he might change my opinion. That's happened several times before, where I don't really like the design of a character, but the character itself, I like. So, you know, it wins me over. So, he's a maybe, right? Like, I just don't know enough about the character. And then the green, what's-her-face, is like, she's cool because she's green, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah, Lost Belt 7's kinda iffy here. Hey, Mala. We should show off, Kodamine / Rasputin here, though. You know what? Let's fight Ort with him. We can use Losts. I will say, even though I really don't like the way they did Kodamine, that the voice actor is so good that that's the main reason I'd want to roll for him. But I realize like how stupid that is, because it's like, I know I'm just going to use Losts. Like, I just like, that's why, like, this one actually hurts my soul. I really wish I had gotten Hot Wheels back in the day. Because I rolled quite a bit on him trying to get Asclepius, and I just happened to not get him. But I really like Hot Wheels, right? He is fucking awesome. But at this point, I'm like, I'm so behind, right? Like, so many people on my friends list have Hot Wheels, Grailed, 10 to 10, high MP rank, passives unlocked. So I'm like, what am I gonna do, right? I have to roll like, you know, 7 copies of them, right? And then grind like a motherfucker. You know, it sucks, right? So if I ever wanted to like make a Hot Wheels video or whatever, I'm probably just gonna use one of my friends. Even though Hot Wheels, I like way more than Rasputin here. It's not even close, actually. But yeah, not that I've really had the opportunity to get them much, but yeah, I feel like even if I got Hot Wheels like right now, I'd be like, well, fuck, because I'm always behind my friends here, so. Okay, let's see if we can actually get Lost to show up here. Pretty sure Lost hasn't slotted. God, I just got Tamcat from Summon Tickets, man. Like, jeez, there we go. Already 102, how about that? Alright, let's see what we got here. Will I be found? Yep. Alright, you gotta do the whole mash thing here. Now, in the story, though, like, when you see Stage 1 in, like, Lost Belt 7, it pretty much is Codamine, because in Lost Belt, Rasputin kind of just fucked off and gave the body back, but it's not really how they're doing it in, like, the playable one. Yeah, his actual name changes to Codamine, when he's in Stage 2 and 3. Yeah, Stage 1, his name, like, under his health bar is, Rasputin, and in Stage 2, it's, I think, just like Father Codamine or something like that, and then Stage 3 is just Codamine. So that's kind of, that's a cool detail, but, I wish they reversed it. I mean, it was obvious we were returning to Fuyuki anyway, because it was in the opening, and then Nasu said, you know, don't forget about Fuyuki. And then they've referenced it several times in like interludes and shit like that, so it's kind of a major plot point, and actually I think it's going to be kind of the root. I'm telling you, I think the ending of Lost Belt is going to revolve around all of that like early FGO lore, because it was never resolved, right? They never really explained what like Ogla's father did with Solomon and like that Grail War. And then why did the Fuyuki Singularity happen? How is it sustaining itself? What is Chaldea really? A lot of those questions haven't actually been answered. They've been hinted at, and some of the answers I think are kind of obvious. Like, I think Chaldea is actually what's maintaining the Fuyuki Singularity and vice versa, and shit like that. And I think Ogla's father is the one responsible for it, and all that. But, like, those things haven't technically been answered, and those are, I think, are going to be at the heart of what's going on. And, like, all the stuff with, like, Ogla and her family, and the founding of Chaldea is going to be tied to the alien god and all this stuff. I mean, him betraying Ogla is one of the least surprising things of all time. I mean, I think the more surprising twist is if somehow Codamine went through an entire story and was loyal to someone that wasn't Gilgamesh. Like, that would actually be weird. Also, shoutouts to Gilgamesh being like Codamine's only, I don't know if friend is the right way of putting it, but it is kind of funny how that works. But I don't know if he'd be like the final antagonist, because I don't think they would show him this early if he was going to be. However, I actually wouldn't be shocked if there is at least some, maybe only a passing reference or whatever, but I do think there's more Angra to come in FGO, because Angra is relevant in the FGO story. Because like the Angra like cursing the Grail and all that is still a thing that like Ogla's father had to account for, and it's probably has something to do with why he wanted Solomon, and they talked about that like in Angra's interlude and all that. So I think, and they got Angra in Codamine's NP here and everything. So yeah, I think we might have a little bit more Angra to come, so that could be interesting. But I could see the final boss being you know, the Chaldean, right, who's either Lev or Guadia or some weird fusion of Solomon or whatever. That clearly the Chaldean has something to do with either Solomon, Romani, which is the same thing, but you know, whatever, Lev, Guadia, or some combination of those things, right? Clearly, right? It's got something to do with that whole shtick. And he could definitely be the final boss, or close to the final boss. And Konamine is going to do some shit. And maybe the alien god is a thing. But yeah, it's not going to be Lost Belt 7. It's obviously going to be Fuyuki or something like that. So the reason why people think Lev is going to be a thing, and I do think he's going to be a thing. I don't know if he's going to be like the main thing or whatever. But it's because like so much like surrounding fiction that's not in FGO is pointing to it. Because they've got like FGO stuff pertaining to Ogla and Chaldea and all that in Melty Blood, like that manga, the Melty Blood manga, and like he went there and he's like trying to get back to the FGO timeline, and then like Gilgamesh talks to him at the end of Solomon, and it just kind of hints at more, right? And he was like the only demon god that kind of wasn't sure about Guadia's plan and stuff like that, and he just has like a strong connection to Ogla, and she's obviously, you know, a big thing now. So a lot of people think there's some, you know, shit there, and I don't know, right? Like I'm not sure he's in Romani's body or not, but they definitely are setting up stuff with him, and they kind of always have been. Like if you look at the Lost Room and the Melty Blood manga and all that kind of stuff, it's just kind of an obvious thing they've been setting up. But yeah, I hope it's Guadia though, to be honest. I actually think Guadia being the final boss would be super awesome. I think it makes total sense when you look at the story. I think a lot of people that don't actually read the story won't get that, and they'll be like, oh, that's repetitive, but yeah, I think it makes super sense for Guadia to be the final boss. Now, I kind of feel like they won't do that because they're going to want it to be something, you know, different or wacky or surprising or, you know, whatever, but I don't know, we'll see. And then we still got Galahad. Like, we still haven't resolved a lot of that nonsense. Yeah, I don't know. The whole servants not being ready thing is hard to say, because sometimes when servants are ready, they still hide their animations and stuff. So yeah, it's really hard to say like why they didn't have any NP animations in Lost Belt 7 and that kind of stuff. It's really easy for companies to just lie about this stuff, and they do that all the time. And I know that because I've worked for some big companies, and I know people that work for big companies and stuff. It's so common that like studios and stuff will literally just lie about what's going on, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, we're not releasing this thing because of this and this," and that's not the reason. Rarely do these people speak truth. Because like it would be weird if they weren't ready, especially with how much time we had before Lost Belt 7 where we were doing nothing. So, and sometimes they hide the NPs just to hype it later, right? So I honestly I don't know, and you know I can't really take their word for it because these companies lie all the time. So I have no idea what's going on with that. I mean, almost no companies deserve the benefit of the doubt. I mean, honestly, if you trust these mega corporations and shit, you are just not paying attention, right? Like that's just, it's silly. That doesn't mean individuals that work for these companies can't be good. A lot of times they are, and there can be people that, you know, work within these systems to tell good stories or make good things or put a lot of effort into their animations or whatever it is that they're doing. But yeah, a lot of these corporations are completely full of shit. Okay, let me look up his toolkit again here, make sure I don't make any mistakes. I think his initial guts only lasts 3 turns, so we don't want to be too stupid with that. Although, fuck. The boss is going to remove our guts. Wow, we are going to have such a bad time here. Although we're an alter ego, so never mind. This fight is honestly a joke if you're an alter ego. It's not even worth doing. It's like his attack stat is just not high enough for you to be able to cut his attack in half by counterclassing him. So it just becomes a joke. Now obviously when you break his health bar, then it's not a joke anymore, but you know, that's a whole other shtick. But yeah, this fight is really boring with alter egos. It actually makes me sad. I would have much preferred Ort to have like the purple trait gimmick where just nothing counterclasses him. Like, I think that would have been much better. It sucks that like if your favorite servant is a berserker, they're completely worthless for Ort. and then if your favorite character is an alter ego, it's so easy that it's not very meaningful, right? Like that's not a great spot to be in. And the thing is, people really never get this. When I see people talking on like Reddit and shit, people just fundamentally don't get this. They think that all the classes are like balanced the same. They're just not, right? The devs know a lot of people don't have good alter egos. So whenever you fight a foreigner boss, they are designed where they're, pretty reasonably beatable without an alter ego, right? When they design a saber boss, they don't do that. Everyone has an army of archers. So it's the opposite. They design it with archers in mind specifically, right? Where with like foreigners and classes like that, they're kind of in this middle ground where they're trying to make it like, yeah, if you don't have an alter ego, it'll be harder than if you were fighting a saber boss with your archers. But it's not like completely fucked up. It's not as like bad as fighting, a saber boss without archers at all, right? So they kind of put them in this middle ground, and it just doesn't make it very. It's not very good boss design. And I see people act like that's not the case because they're like, oh, look how hard this one boss was. And even if you did have the counter class, but those are bosses that are supposed to be harder, right? So for example, if a boss on the tier of Ort here was a Lancer, I guarantee you his attack stat would be way higher than it is here. I guarantee it, right? It's just like God Juna, right? God Juna still hits hard, kind of, against a foreigner, but that's because that boss is like supposed to be a hard boss, and it's supposed to be harder than like your typical just whatever boss. And also you can just kill him so fast; it kind of has to be that way. But like, yeah, I'll see people like comparing a mid boss that's not even supposed to be that hard, that's an archer, to like a ruler boss that's like Mothman or whatever, was the final boss of a story, right? Obviously, they're not going to be one-to-one there. But yeah, when you do look at like the final bosses that aren't, or hard challenge quests or whatever, that aren't some of these extra classes, they normally are statted higher, like straight up. And then so when you've got these foreigners, alter egos, bosses like that a lot of players don't necessarily have a good answer for. They're just in this weird middle ground, and it shows. Like whenever you have these bosses like this, like Ort or what's the Kiara, right, and CCC, and some of these other wacky class bosses, the really strong extra classes like Kama and Kiara and shit like that. They do so much better against the bosses than like the sabers do against a Lancer boss and shit like that, generally speaking, right? And again, it's just because the way the bosses are tuned. So having Ort, the big bad, the super, hyped up kind of hidden enemy that's been known about for like 20 years, him showing up and just being a foreigner that's kind of scaled the same way, where alter egos are just going to completely shit on him. And it just kind of sucks, and especially because this is obviously not the main fight with Ort, but if we fight him again later and he's even harder, right? It's going to be either alter ego or get out, right? Or just be unreasonably difficult, or it's going to be alter ego and then it makes it super easy, right? So they're either going to make Ort where you basically need an alter ego and it's unreasonable if you don't, or it's going to be if you have an alter ego, it's too easy, right? That's not great. The thing is, even in Kidu, right? Like, obviously Kidu does really well against Ort. He doesn't do as well as the alter egos do, because he can still die. Like, he does more damage than a lot of them, and he can kill Ort crazy fast. But also, in Kidu is a pretty rare unit, so there's that. But he will still die pretty quick, where there's almost no killing an alter ego, right? And especially in the first phase of this fight, right? They're so tanky here, way tankier than Enkidu is. Anyways, time to blow up Mash here. Kind of annoying that she took so many of the cards, though. Alright, let me see here. His NP charge is 30%. No reason to cast it right now. I mean, no reason to cast any of his skills right now. Because, like, look how good Bazette does in this fight compared to even Enkidu, right? Again, Enkidu's good here, but look how good Bazette is in this fight, right? But the thing is, if it wasn't a foreigner, it wouldn't be like that. If it was just neutral to everything, Bazette would still be an okay option here, but she wouldn't really be anything special. Where because it's a foreigner, Bazette and Kiara and Akama, I'm kind of forgetting some of the alter egos, but their performance is just ludicrous here.
必要な犠牲でした。
内熱衝撃版装填します。ごめんなさい先輩。
And I figure Kodamine here will do just fine. Okay, do I want to second skill here? Yeah, probably. Guess I'll throw this out. I might be able to get it again. And there is so little reason to actually... I should not have brought Atlas. I should have brought Default. But there is so little reason for me to do my gut skill due to the way this boss works. By the time I'd ever be threatened on like dying, it'll be about NP time for the boss anyway. And then he'll remove guts. I do love his voice actor though. I love when people get hung up on these like details that don't matter at all to the argument I'm making. People do this all the time. Oh my god, of course that's kind of great though. All right, let's see. Well, he's gonna be really silly with some of the doorman, right? Like some of that stuff's gonna get really silly. So he's burn and poison, right? No, I mean I'm burn and curse, right? No poison. No Robin Hood love, unfortunately. I think he's immune to poison, funnily enough. Rasputin lore there, I think. Man, our damage though is not so good. Actually kind of a bad showing because like every other alter ego just shits on this first health bar. It's so easy, but he's not doing so good. What's gonna kill him here, because where he's supposed to make up for it is with his third skill. The thing is his third skill is gonna be useless in this fight just due to the nature of what Orc does. Because like he can keep going for a long time if he can get good value out of his third skill, but yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't know why I did it that way. I don't really need MP gain. I love the guns there. That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure he doesn't use the rocket launcher if he's not in stage 1. Yeah, he used that in the prologue. Man, this sucks. We're gonna lose because of the way Ort works. That's kind of embarrassing though, because almost all the other alter egos just completely shit on this. It's probably still possible. I think you just need to go faster. You need to kind of ignore the survivability stuff and just go straight for killing. Oh, he's got a different extra attack? I haven't seen that. Yeah, I figured if you just go... Yeah, I mean, look at this. Literally, like, we weren't even trying to be super meta, and we're only 40k off. So, obviously, just getting, like, a little bit better, like, crit luck and shit like that would be no problem. Or even just a better craft essence, or better command codes. Like, yeah, we're 25k off. You can obviously do it. The thing is, unless you have, like, really specific craft essences and stuff to, like, counter it, because, like, these command codes suck here, but... unless you have like a really good setup for it, I actually doubt he'd have a 100% win rate here. Like obviously, like that Kodamine in that exact context, if we got a little bit luckier, would have won, but you wouldn't have a 100% win rate. Where some of the other alter egos absolutely do, like Bazette and DR. Let's see who the fuck else. Passionate. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe Passionate might not be a 100% win rate. I'm not sure. I don't know. She'd probably take so little damage leading up to the NP turn that she could phase tank the attacks after it. So she probably could do it without too much trouble. Melt can definitely do it. Oh my god, Melt will do this so fast, it's not even funny. Actually, funny enough, I think Jufu could do this without any problem. Because Jufu self-heals so much, she'll outpace his damage. So, you could, like, Mystic Code the NP, and then you'll have enough health left over to just phase tank. And that's, like, Kiara could, like, never die here, same thing, because you have enough healing. Because Ort's damage per turn is just not that high. Until you break his health bar, obviously, then he starts murdering you, so... But yeah, I don't think Jufu would actually have any problems. People miss this a lot. It's like... Most people just can't even articulate like what's actually happening in FGO half the time, and it's like you have certain bosses that are normally AoE bosses, so they do less damage. And like with Ort here, for example, they're not really designed around being counterclassed. So when you are counterclassing them, they're just not doing any damage, right? And so there's a bunch of characters that have enough self-healing to just live forever. So like they just can't die, right? And then people act like, oh, look how, you know, this character, how broken they are, but they're really not, because like Jufu is not going to be able to live forever against most bosses, right? And even Kiara, right? Even Kiara can't live forever against most bosses. Like if she's not counterclassing and like halving the damage and it's a proper boss, she will absolutely just die to like normal card damage. Depends on the boss, but generally speaking, she's not going to live forever, like, no way. And definitely not for Jufu. But there's just certain style of bosses that their damage output's way too fucking low. And you can just outpace them. Honestly though, those bosses are rarely really hard bosses. And ultimately, Ort isn't really that hard. Well, it's kind of hard to... I wish they had done Ort differently. Because obviously, winning the whole thing is impossible, right? It's very hard. I'd actually say Ort is the hardest stage in the game if you're trying to actually win the whole thing, right? But by far, there's like nothing. So Asterios could do it in a team. I don't know if he could do it solo, because on like the first turn or two, he would need help not exploding. I don't know, you could use your Mystic Code and stuff. It depends. Like, if you're gonna solo it, you'd really want him to have the NP gain, the 30% NP gain when you're attacking and being attacked, CE. That way you could just keep up the NP forever. By the way, that would fail miserably on the second health bar because he gets debuff immunity. But anyway, so here's how I think we should have done Ort. It's totally fine for him to be impossible to beat right now. I don't have an issue with that. That's actually for the best. But I would have made this first health bar harder, right? It's hard to solo at like class neutral, but if you do it at, you know, counter class, it's a joke. I mean, it's super easy for most characters. And if you do it in a team, it's pretty easy as well. It's not the easiest fight ever, right? But, you know, compared to some of the other hard boss fights out there, it's not really that hard to break the first health bar. And this is what I wish they had done, all right? I would not have made this first health bar, like, fluffy bad, because I don't think we actually need bosses that hard, to be honest, in the main story. But, I would have made this first health bar at least twice as hard as it is here. Not necessarily in terms of getting it 2 million health, but just, like, you know, more nasty things from the boss. I would have made it a pretty difficult thing to break this health bar, right? And so people are going to be retrying it and trying different setups and like really working to break this health bar, and they're going to be probably pretty convinced all you have to do is break this health bar. And thank you, Zert. Jesus Christ, that's so many gifted subs. Thank you for the 5 there. Thank you. Jesus. But anyway, so they finally break the health bar and they're like, whoo! And then you see all those health bars proc, and they have even more health. He gets the new gimmicks. And the fight doesn't end, right? I think everybody, when they first saw that, thought the fight was going to end, right? And it doesn't end, right? So imagine that you're actually struggling on this first health bar, right? You have to really work to beat it. Again, maybe not as hard as Fluffy, that's probably too much, but, you know, you really got to work at it. You know, maybe a boss as tough as, like, Morgan or something, right? And you're like, yeah, I got it, right? And then it's just like, well, fuck, right? I think that would have been a lot better. Where right now, the first health bar is just eh, and then you be like, okay, well, we're not beating that, right? I don't really like that. I would have preferred you still had to really work to even just get past the, you know, checkpoint to continue the story, right? Because like essentially, if you fail the first health bar, it's kind of like you're dying to Ort so fast it's bad ending, right? Like you're just you can't even save the master or whatever, and you're just dead, right? So you have to actually hold out, you know, long enough, right? So that's why you literally can't continue with the story until you beat the first health bar, right? It is required. You just don't have to beat the other ones. So yeah, I wish the first health bar was harder. I know, it's kind of lame at just being kind of lukewarm, right? And then, yeah, the next health bar is outrageously hard, but it's so hard that almost no one is going to do it unless they're an Omega Whale, right? So, yeah, I don't know. They could have found a better middle ground there, in my opinion. Okay, well, we got, like, the worst opening hand possible. Actually, it's so bad, I think you have to reset. Wait, did you have 5 ads before the stream? Jesus. Or are we talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds? Chat's always talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't even know why. I've never streamed Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not a thing, but my chat is always talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, Lost getting a little extreme here. I don't know if we needed to go that far, but that'll probably work. I don't see how I even would attract a Yu-Gi-Oh! Crowd, though. I make fun of Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time for being a terrible card game. Although I noticed recently, actually, it's funny, just a little while ago, YouTube for some reason recommended me a YouTube video about Yu-Gi-Oh! And before I could gather, the guys that made the video play Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time, and they're like, the channel is all about Yu-Gi-Oh! Content. But they were like very open about how bad of a game Yu-Gi-Oh! Is and like all the problems with it. And honestly, some of the problems are so evident, I don't know how you could possibly not be that way, right? Like, the FGO community has all this cope, and they act like that, you know, the game's not as bad as it is, with like, you know, no quality of life updates and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I have to imagine it'd be very difficult to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player and be coping that hard, right? Like, you know, it's a mess. It's a mess. Like, Jesus Christ, I mean, like, so many games end on turn 2 and shit like that, and turn 1 even, and it's just like, it's so convoluted at this point. I honestly have no interest in playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. I think the phase where Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the most fun. Like, I've never thought Yu-Gi-Oh! Was an amazing game, but I thought it was fairly fun when it was, what was that? I don't remember the names of, like, the packs and shit. But there was, like, this era, maybe a year into the game or whatever, where you, because in the very, very early days of the game, there was only a few decks worth of shit, and, you know, it was very straightforward and stuff. But they got, and there was like an era, maybe a year and a half or so into the game, where like, there was a decent amount of decks, and there was a lot of decisions to be made with like, what if he's got, like something destroys all trap cards, so I wanted to play that many, what if he's got Mirror Force. So there was a balance between just dropping everything you could, but then pacing yourself as well. And you could even bait people and play in a way, acting like you have Mirror Force when you don't. And there was another one, I can't, Giant Trunade or something, I don't fucking remember. But anyway, there was an era like that I thought was pretty good. There was a decent amount of decisions to be made that were meaningful, and you could bait and, you know, mind games. And there was enough, like, decisions, you know, with, like, pulling stuff with your fucking Sangan or whatever, that it was pretty good, right? But then after a while after that, it just started getting more and more stupid. And so I really feel this now, right? And I'm sure some Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans are gonna act like this isn't the case, but because the thing that I see Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans saying, like, they'll admit that the game's got problems and power creep and it's too convoluted, but then they act like it's got this really awesome skill ceiling. It doesn't, right? The decisions you are actually making in Yu-Gi-Oh!, like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, are pretty mild. They're not really any different than the decisions you were making a long time ago. They're just obfuscated by a mountain of bullshit, right? Like, when you think about, do I pull this card or that card, or do I go all in or not? It's not really, if anything, I think there's less decisions now, right? There's almost no reason to hold back, and you should always try to blow up your opponent as soon as humanly possible. That's like always the decision, right? So the only decisions you're making is to go combo route A or combo route B. Oh man, like, wow, that's complicated, right? So it's just a bunch of bullshit, like, arbitrary, like, card knowledge that it's only there because of the combos. It doesn't mean anything to the game, right? It's not like a decision about, like, protecting yourself or playing defensive or offensive or any of that. It's literally just arbitrary, weird bullshit synergy nonsense that your opponent doesn't even care about, right? So it's like, it's just stupid, right? So like, you're not making any more decisions. I actively think you're making less decisions in Yu-Gi-Oh! Than you are in almost every other card game out there. It's just obfuscated by like arbitrary combo nonsense that it's just stupid. Like, it's dumb. I fucking hate that game. I really do. Now, I feel bad because I like the art a lot of good artists work on it, right? You know, I like the idea. Who doesn't like summoning monsters and murdering your friends, right? All of that's great, but the foundations of that game now, how it's so power creepy, it's so got just making up systems on systems on systems on systems. The card text is, you know, it's so long, it's absurd. Actually, a friend showed me some card text that's like more recent, and I just could not even believe how stupid it was. And they have to like print the text so small. I mean, it's unbelievably stupid. I could not have less respect for that game. I'm sorry. I don't want to hate on it. Because like I grew up watching Yu-Gi-Oh! And I like the idea, but it's shit. Super shit. Like omega shit. I cannot think of a worse card game. I really mean that. I cannot think of a worse card game. And the fact that people try to act like it's like some skillful thing with these combos, and I'm like, you just gotta be fucking kidding me. You have gotta be fucking kidding me. It's so bad. So fucking bad. I've watched some videos of Master Duel. That is the stupidest thing. Dude, this guy, he was like a, content creator. I don't know his name. But he like put all this time into making a deck, and I presume it was a good deck. I presume he's a good player. He had like a lot of subs and stuff, so I presume so, but I don't know. But anyway, he spent all this time making this deck, and then he got into a ranked game, and the enemy turn took like 7 minutes and just killed him. And it's like, okay, well, let's do it again. Hope I go first next time. And it's awful. There was so much of that, and I just cannot believe. And again, like, people try to act like the combos are like so complicated. They're like, that's the game. And the thing is, if that is the game, that's a terrible game. Also, why do I keep getting opening hands like this? But anyway, it's like, if that's the game, that's a shitty game. You know, that's kind of like a fighting game where you hit your opponent one time, and then as long as you spent like 3 hours in the training mode, you can just combo them from 100 to 0, right? That is not a good fighting game. That is a shitty fighting game. It doesn't matter how complicated the combos are in that fighting game. It doesn't fucking matter, right? If you're not actually dealing with the neutral game and that kind of stuff, it's just garbage, right? Absolute garbage. And that's literally what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, so. And it's getting worse from what I've seen. Like, it's getting worse and worse. And I don't think the company even understands how to fix it. Which, the obvious way to fix it is formats. Right, obviously, right, you make it so, well, the old cards aren't usable anymore, and you start over, right, and you have, like, seasonal cards and stuff, and that makes the whales happy, right, because they get to always pay to win, but, that's, like, the only thing you could do to save that game, because you're never going to rein in the power creep. I mean, what I just said, Ziggy, would work. I don't think they'll do that, though, because, you know, people would be mad, but I don't see how, like, what else could you possibly do to get that game more on track? Do that, or you literally make a new game, right? Like, yeah, I know most card games do that, because, and it's not always for the power creep. A lot of times they do it because people are spending money forever, but you can address both. God, and there's so many rules in Yu-Gi-Oh! That are so stupid. Like, you can have a card that will say it's immune to all other card effects, like, but then there's actually a way to kill it, right, with a card effect, right? And just because, like, oh, because this is a cost, or this is a thing, or it's you know, it's just crazy bullshit, right? Like, that game, like, I remember I dipped back into, this was years ago, but I remember I dipped back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Just for a little while. And then I instantly realized how stupid the game was, and I stopped playing again. Because, like, there was, Dark World, something like that. But that was like a deck archetype. They were like demons and shit. And, like, their whole thing was they would discard a lot. And they would have effects where, like, if they were discarded, they would do something, right? A Dark World, that's probably it. Anyway, but they would do something when they were discarded, right? And their card text would just say that. It would just say, if this card is discarded, do this. Okay. So then you would use another card that would discard them. But then it wouldn't work. Because, like, and by the rules. Now, no normal person playing the game would think that. Because if you use, like, Snipe Hunter, right? And what Snipe Hunter does is you can discard a card to destroy a card or some shit like that. It's a little different than that. I don't remember exactly. But essentially, you discard a card to destroy a card. and that would not activate their effects because, and by the player base's words, it's a cost. But it's not like it says that on the Dark World cards. It doesn't say like, if discarded as a benefit, then they can do this effect. It just says if it's discarded, right? But it's like, no, it doesn't work because it was discarded in this way. It's fucking stupid, dude. So fucking stupid. I hate that fucking game. And it's just like, the reason it's like that is because they had no idea what they were doing when they made that game, right? They just made it for the lulz because of the anime, and then they made the rules up as they went. And then so you have all these like outrageously convoluted rules on top of each other, right? God, it's funny, I haven't even thought about Yu-Gi-Oh! In forever, but now my chat talking about it has just reminded me how much I fucking hate that game and how annoyed I get at people acting like it's a good game. Like, it's just some of the worst game design I've like ever seen in my life. And of course it is! Like, of course it is! They made a card game with no plan! They literally just made it because the anime and manga were popular, and the manga and anime didn't have any set fucking rules. So they just like spawned it out of the ether because they felt like it, right? Like, no shit, that's terrible. Yeah, I like his attack animations just fine, and the voice actor does a really good job. I just, you know, in this stage he's Rasputin technically, and in the really weird stages he's Kodamine. I'm really just not digging that, but I don't know. I'm still kind of want to like. I'm really in two minds. It's like I like Kodamine a lot and all that. So in that sense, I like obviously want to roll for him. But you know, so I really, because I kind of know about him. Like, am I really going to level him up, get him to 10-10-10 and all that stuff, and use like so much QP? Like I don't know. That's when Lost has already got him right here. So I might just be happy using Lost, really. One game, though, I have not kept up with at all is Magic the Gathering. Like, I played it in the early days, but I've never kept up with it. I have no idea what its meta is like. I don't know how they've addressed power creep. I have no idea. I know it's still a popular game and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, I have no clue how that game has, like, addressed power creep. I know they've always had that like, cycle, where they, like, cycle cards out and stuff like that, so that really helps them a lot. Also, though, I remember they had that controversy earlier this year. Like, even though I don't keep up with Magic, I still heard about this, because I think everyone did. They did, like, that 30th year anniversary where they sold, like, shitty cards you couldn't even use for $1,000. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That was, like, the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. And, like, please tell me they got crucified for that. I hope they did, because that has got to be the scummiest, like, business move ever. Like, that was so bad. They did. Yeah, I'm mad. How did their PR department not be like, guys, this is not a good idea. Like, how tone deaf do you have to be to actually think that was gonna, like, slide? Absolutely insane. Magic the Gathering problems are more to do with Wizards of the Coast's relationship with the players in the game. Yeah, I believe it, considering what I just said. I believe you. In fact, it does not surprise me. They had to get Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, YouTubers to promote it because the Magic the Gathering ones wouldn't. Oh my god. So bad. You know what's fucked up, though? They probably still made a lot of money. That's the thing. I bet you they still made a lot of money off of that. Because even though, you know, the community overall didn't like it, you know there's whales out there that want to show off and that kind of thing, right? Like, that's always a thing. Okay, it looks like we got it here. We could have done better, though. I think we never really had a really good run here. Oh, I need to zeep the app, though. I don't want to actually be Ort right now until the time gate is up. Then we can't live one turn, because then you can, like, you don't have to be so tight with the nuking of the app. But you have all of Ogla's animation and stuff before it is a problem. This is the coolest thing, like, ever, by the way. Also, I love his Inti animation. Like, I should have put it in slow-mo, because it's hard to see, but he makes, like, all those, like, stars You know, those glowing like green orbs everywhere, and then they all rain down lightning like that. It's really cool looking. I wish they'd actually treated it more like a normal NP though. I think Ort deserves that. Right now, like in terms of like the particle effects, they did put effort into it, but I think it should have gone into an NP animation. I think that would have been fine, even if it's a little bit more generic like that. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, I think it really deserved that. And I don't know, maybe he'll have another attack. Maybe that he'll have like an actual NP the next time we fight him or something. So we'll see. But yeah, I do like that attack a lot though. Yeah, Cosmic Ray Burst is its name, which it sounds like a goddamn Yu-Gi-Oh card. So. Okay, I don't think Ort's going to be playable. I don't see that happening. I don't think they're going to do fucking lolly Ort or anything like that. I mean, we'll see, right? Like, obviously, got the other half of Lost Belt 7 to come, but man, I can't believe we have to wait until the end of January, though, man. Are they going to do another event between now and then? I feel like they kind of need to, otherwise people are going to be bored out of their minds because, you know, we don't have story replay or any of that. Shinji channeling the power of Ort. I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, they've never made these main story time locks short. They like padding. I've noticed that. It's been a reoccurring trend with how FGO has just approached its game design. It's a lot like Genshin Impact. They do a lot of things to try to elongate the content. And I do not respect that kind of game design, especially when you don't give people stuff to do during this downtime and stuff. But yeah, when Genshin did that update where they like changed the way you could get through NPC dialogue and everything, it was so blatantly aimed at just stalling. And yeah, I don't like that. I mean, the thing is, Ort being too strong means nothing. I mean, do you think that would stop them? Do you actually think that would stop them if they wanted to? Right? Like, remember in the olden days when it was just like Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero, and they were like, yeah, you can't summon gods. We never even seen a god. They were just talked about, right? Like divine spirits instead of heroic spirits. And they were like, hard no, you can't summon gods. That was like a hard no back then. And then we just have like every god ever playable now, right? Like we have Ishtar and so many other ones. You know, Rasputin's got multiple gods inside of him. It's so much nonsense now, right? Gods all over the place, just all over the place. They literally just made up a reason. They just made it up. They're just like, okay, well, you can summon gods if you've got like a vessel for them, right? Like then you could. So they could just make like they made up Chaldea, right? Because normally you can't summon servants, right, without like the help of you know, the Grail and shit like that, or the counter force, and they just made it up. They just made it up. They just created it, right? They just created Chaldea and made up new rules. So if they wanted Ort to be playable, they just make up some bullshit reason why it can be playable. And let me give you an example. Look at Vivi, right? For those that know what I'm talking about, look at Vivi, right? Not really far-fetched to see her being playable at all, right? Like no, that would not be far-fetched for them to make Vivi playable. She's technically a type. Right? So they could just do the same thing with Ort, right? And you summon, you know, as the joke is, Ort-chan, right? Instead. So yeah, like the fact that they did Vivi and how easily they could make that playable, they could just do the same thing for Ort, right? So yeah, if they wanted Ort to be playable, he would be playable, right? Now hopefully they just don't want to do that, but we'll see. Yeah, God knows what they're going to do in the second half of this story. Honestly, though, I have to say, aside from like the really forced slice of life bullshit, I like Lost Belt 7 a lot more than Lost Belt 6 and stuff. It was, you know, what really surprised me about it is they really started to address the meat of the story. I mean, you fight the fucking alien god in the first chapter, for God's sakes, right? And they start addressing major plot points. You know, pretty quickly, and I like that. I want to get into the meat of the story, for fuck's sakes. I'm tired of all the stalling. Now, then you start playing Dinosaur, you know, World Cup. You know, so, you know, Nasu is still Nasu. He just loves forcing slice of life where it don't belong, but, so yeah, there's still that. But overall, I don't mind Lost Vault 7. You know, it's got a moving plot. You know, there's some cool bits, and you know, the plot's developing at a decent pace, and whatnot. So yeah, aside from the football and shit like that, overall, I do like it. So I'm looking forward to the second half of it. Because, like, again, I've liked the first half. I'd actually rate it decently high. And so if the second half can stick the landing, I'll actually be very happy with Lost Vault 7. So yeah, I hope they don't fuck it up, because like their introduction to Ort was great. They handled that very well, and like you can tell that the writers know that Ort ain't no bitch, right? He ain't just some other final boss. He's not just like another God Juna or whatever, right? They literally have him one-shot Nemo like with a blink of an eye. There's no, it just like sometimes characters dying with no fan service sucks, but in that case it's completely okay, right? Like it's Ort, right? It's fucking Ort, right? So a servant just getting obliterated like that is completely okay. And then giving him all those health bars and more health than we've ever seen, and it being unwinnable and all that. That was all done really well, actually, and the music was great, and stuff like that. So yeah, so far I would say overall so good. I can forgive the football, if you will, for everything else being pretty solid. So the only thing that I'm not really crazy about, other than the slice of life stuff, is the Ogla thing is kind of contrived. Right? She just gets bapped out of the sky and instantly gets amnesia. I can buy it, because I'm pretty sure, I don't think this is hard to put together. I don't even know why it took me so long to realize this. I realized it a little while ago, but like, I had a really slow moment where I was like, wait a minute. The person that slapped the alien god out of the sky, that's obviously the chick with the green hair. Like, I don't know why it took me so long to realize that, but it's like, the avatar thing was pure green. And it had long hair, and it was literally pure green, and all of her abilities have been pure green, and she's the Lost Belt King. That was obviously her bit slapping the alien god, right? But so I don't mind the alien god getting bit slapped. That's fine. I don't like them getting amnesia because of it. Like, that is so contrived. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, they lose a fight and they get amnesia. Like, that's so... the cliche on that was just painful. Little bump on the head, indeed. But yeah, that was all very, very silly. Alright, so I don't know what to do about Kodamine. Like, the only reason I'm even like, oh, I want to kind of roll on it is because I, you know, like Ku, and I want to get Ku copies. And I do like Kodamine a lot. I really am unhappy with how he is in the game. I know I'm not going to use him. That's what bothers me. It's like, I like him, but getting him would be like a novelty. I'd have him to put him on the shelf just to be like, yeah, I have him. I would almost never use him for anything, because mine's probably, you know, going to be scuffed as fuck compared to Lost and all that. So I don't know, but I do like Kodamine though. So I don't know, I'm mixed. His rate up is for a while, so we'll see. I already threw my summon tickets at it, and that didn't work out. I can't even do the GSR if I wanted to, and I don't really like, you know, like I said, I really just don't care about doing GSRs for the last few years. But I don't really have a way to get paid SQ, and all the hoops you'd have to jump through to get paid SQ, I don't want to go through. Yeah, I don't know. I just wish they had done Kodamine like Bizette, and that I would easily just roll and it'd be fine. Let me look at his mats. Let me see how bad they are. He takes Rider and Caster Gems. Everything else is pretty easy, though. The thing is, I'm already out of Caster Gems. I think I have 0 Caster Gems right now. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess if you play NA and you're not from NA, you're gonna have the same problem. I didn't even think about that. I presume Kodamine is limited, right? I'd be very shocked if he wasn't. If he wasn't limited, I actually probably wouldn't roll, but, I don't know, I'm really in two minds about this. Why couldn't he just, like, be an assassin and use assassin gems? That would really help. Yeah, Rasputin's not... I mean, Rasputin is in the picture for the summonable one that you get, but, he's not in the picture for the story in Lost Vault 7. Now, maybe he comes back, we'll see. Alright, let's take a peek at our gems here, because this whole time my Jufu hasn't been 10-10-10 because I don't have the caster gems to do it, and I can't be bothered to. Although we did just do a, that's right, we did a lottery. Maybe I do have. Oh, I got 42. That's not as bad. I pretty much take all of my QP, but it makes it more tempting. Here's the thing, chat, and I don't think there's any moving on this point. I just know I won't use Kodamine. I know I won't. I don't use 5 stars much anyway, and I just know mine's gonna be scuffed and like Lost won't. So I know I'm not gonna use mine. I know I won't. I know how I play this game. I know I'm not gonna use them. So it just seems stupid to roll. And it just sucks because if he was done better, like Bizet, then I know I would use him. But yeah, I know I'm not gonna really use them, so I just feel like I'm wasting SQ. But yeah, I could get Qs. I mean, that is a thing. Okay, I'm gonna at least do a few rolls. That's okay, right? If I happen to get spooked, it's not a big deal, and whatnot. And then maybe I can get Q. The thing is, here's the thing about Q. I need so many copies to make any progress now. Because before, I only needed 1 copy of Q to get him to 120. Now I think I need like 8 copies of Q. Right, so I'm not getting 8. I mean, even if I'm serious. I know the way the RNG is with 3 stars. If I used all of my SQ, I would not get 8 Qs. It's very unlikely, right? I could, but it's very unlikely. And so do you realize like how bad that is? So why even roll, right? If I'm not going to actually get Q's second passive, why not just roll later and use all that SQ on another character that I might actually use more, right? Right, it's pointless, right? It's actually pointless. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna get 8 copies of Q eventually, but you know, if the other thing that you're getting, okay, here's the thing, right? I think people don't understand this because their favorite character is not a 3-star. If I get like 2 copies of Q right now, and like 2 copies of Q later, and then I finally roll big after that, and I get like, you know, 4 or 5 copies of Q. I'm still improving Q at the same fucking time. I'm not improving it until way down the line, right? Because what's the difference if I get a couple of Qs now or I get all of them later, right? It's literally the same thing. I'm not getting a second passive until I actually use like all of this SQ, right? And I probably won't even get him with this SQ, right? So if I don't actually want Kodamine, it's not worth it. It doesn't make any sense. And again, I like Kodamine, but with him being done kind of in this game, I'm happy enough to just use a friends. Like literally, I'm just happy enough using a friends. So I'd rather roll on something that I even just like, I'd rather roll on like, you know, Alexander Dumas or, you know, whatever the fuck and get Qs that way on something that I'm actually like, or Bedivere, right? Like if Bedivere was rated up, I'd roll on that because I actually want to get Bedivere's passives as well. But like, there's no world where I get my version of Kodamine stronger than Lost's, right? Not a chance. I don't like him enough, right? Like in the way he's done in this game anyway. So there's just, I don't think I should roll it. It does not make sense, right? I think it's just chat being Gasha crazed, right? And it sucks because I do like Kodamine a lot. He's one of my favorite masters, but again, this isn't really the version of Kodamine that I would want. So I just, again, it's kind of like if Bizet was in the God form Inner Stage 1. I wouldn't have rolled on that. Like, no way. Well, I guess... No, yeah, she was not a welfare. You know, we had to roll on her. I don't know why I was thinking she was a welfare for a second there, but I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. God, Karen was that was a disaster. Well, here's the thing. I know my own taste, and I know what I actually wind up like being happy with and not. And like I don't think I'd be happy if I rolled a bunch right now. The only way I'd be happy is if I rolled a bunch right now is if I miraculously did get 8 copies of Q. Then I'd be very happy. And that's why I've said this. If they just rated up Q, I would roll like a motherfucker, right? I'd be okay going down to 0 SQ if I could just get fucking Q copies already. But it's like, I've done enough rolling since the coin system is added to know how awful the odds of me getting Q are. You know, when I rolled on the Gundam guy, I barely, actually, I don't think I even got a copy of Q, right? That can so easily happen again. So if I use like 1,000 SQ here and all I get out of it is Kodamine, I'm not happy at all, right? Like, I'm not gonna be even remotely happy with that because I'm still just gonna use Losts, and you know, my Q's no better off, right? If I can't unlock Q's second skill, there's just no fucking point So yeah, I'm waiting. There's no logic here, right? There's no fucking reason for me to do it. And on the rare occasion that I really do want to use Kodamine or this kind of weird version of him, I would just use Losts. Like literally, I'll just use Lost. Now I might roll for Kodamine on an ult account. I will say that. I've got enough ult accounts, so I might do that. But yeah, class banner would make me happy. I would roll in a class banner. That's honestly, I should have rolled on White Day a while ago when Tesla was rated up. I goofed. So during that period, I wasn't really playing FGO much, and I wasn't really paying attention. My monkey brain just did not think about how good of a banner that was for me. Tesla was rated up, and you could only get male 3 stars. Like, that was a really good banner. And I think I rolled a little bit, like I think I threw summon tickets or whatever, but I didn't really roll on it. And then, but again, I wasn't really paying attention to FGO at the time. And then it kind of hit me after that. I was like, that was so stupid of me. Also, I don't think Tesla had gotten an animation update yet, but then he got one. And, you know, I'd always said, you know, I was a huge fan of Tesla, and I was just kind of waiting for an animation update. But yeah, no, I fucked up. That White Day, I fucked up. And I've regretted that ever since. Because that was a very good chance to get coup. And I could have gotten Tesla, and I fucking love Tesla. Then he got a great animation update, and yeah, no, I should have rolled big there. Absolutely, I should have rolled big there, and that was a big fucking mistake. Thankfully, that banner will return next White Day. Not necessarily, because no. Okay, 2 things. 1, sometimes they do this stupid thing on White Day where they rate up a female, which, you know, fuck that. Like, because they did that one where they rated up... Dude, I'm not a hater of Cersei, right? She's fine, but that was so lame. That was so fucking lame that they rated up Cersei on White Day. Because it meant your odds of getting Beowulf, Hercules, just tanked so hard. So like the one day you got a good shot at getting like Fionn, you know, Beowulf, all that stuff, it just got evaporated, right? And by Burb, right? Which you could get all kinds of other banners. I was like, really? Like that really pissed me off. So that can happen again, but also they just might not rate up Tesla, right? Also, since then I've actually gotten Tesla again. So because back then my Tesla was like MP1 or MP2, because I ended up rolling on him again later because he got another rate up. I think in Tesla Fest or whatever. So honestly, Tesla fans were eating good. So I'm pretty happy with MP3. I mean, if I could get higher than that, I'll take it. But he's in pretty good shape now. But that was the thing. I ended up rolling on Tesla later, and I was like, if I'm rolling, dude, you do not understand how my brain like knew how dumb it was, because I ended up just rolling on Tesla later on a banner that had less odds of getting coup. So like, if I was gonna roll then, why didn't I just roll on the one where I also had really good odds of getting coup, right? Just outrageously stupid, right? So I goofed super hard on that one, because basically I could have this NP3 Tesla right here and also had way higher odds of getting coup, right? So that was just terrible calculation on my part. That was, and again, it's because I wasn't really thinking about it at the time. I might have been doing like Elden Ring or something. I don't remember what was going on, but I really wasn't thinking about FGO that hard at the time. So I mean, if Tesla's not rated up, I don't think I would roll on White Day, unless, you know, it was like a Lancer banner or something. But like, with the characters that I have, like, I'm pretty happy with them, right? Like Arthur is at MP3. That's, I mean, I never, even if it's my favorite character in the entire Nasubers, if they're a 5-star and I've got them at NP2 or higher, I'm happy. I'm good. It doesn't make that much of a difference, and that makes them feel really complete, and they do plenty of damage, and they do better than the low stars and stuff. So like, I don't, yeah, okay, if Herc was rated up, I'd probably roll on that, because he's not MP2. That's the thing. He's MP1. But yeah, like I like Arthur a lot, but I'm happy with him at MP3. I like Tesla like so fucking much, but again, I'm happy with MP3. So I'm not. I mean, maybe Moriarty. I guess if Moriarty was rated up, solo, no split rate up, but just solo Moriarty on White Day, I might roll on that. I mean, Canis is MP5 for God's sakes. That actually went. My Canis rolls went so fucking well. I think I got her MP5 in like 500 SQ. It was like, or 550 SQ. It was somewhere between 500 and 600, but somewhere in there. So that went stupidly well. Now, okay, Mori is one that... Mori just sucks, dude. I mean, Mori doesn't suck, but the coin system sucks with Mori, because the 5 copies I got from him back in the day, I don't get a single coin for them. So I have to start from scratch. I have to get like 30 copies of Mori if I wanted to really get anywhere. Like, that is like, that's just bullshit, right? Like, I'm not gonna roll to get that many copies of Mori. That's like, you know, the amount of SQ I need for that is just bullshit. If they would have just given me the credit for the 5 Moris that I already had, it wouldn't be so bad. Because then that's a good chunk of coins, and then I could try to get them to like a high bond, and then it wouldn't be too bad. But it just feels so fucking hopeless now, and I hate that because I really like Mori, but it just feels like I'd have to soak just so much resource into Mori to get him, you know, like to 120. And the thing is, I like Billy and like Sanson just as much, and they're so much easier to upgrade, so it just makes more sense for me to focus on them next instead of Mori. And like that hurts my soul, but it's like really, if let's say Mori wasn't limited, right, or they had given me the coins retroactively or whatever, I'd still be pretty split between Mori and Billy. And honestly, if like Billy gets an animation update, I think Billy would just win. I really like Billy, like he's a really cool character. So yeah, Billy's probably my next 120 actually. It's either that or maybe Tesla. The 5 stars don't need it very much, that's the thing. Ozzy is not a possibility. I like Ozzy, but he's not even Grail, right? I don't, you know, I'm not that, like, Ozzy's cool, but yeah, he's not keeping up with the big boys. And like, I like Arthur more than Ozzy. Arthur's really high on that list, but even he's not Grailed. Although part of that is because of the coin system, and I had to put all these Grails into Coup and stuff. If that wasn't the case, Arthur probably would have been Grailed by now. But, you know, I don't Grail 5 stars often because they don't need it. Like, I mean, literally, they do not fucking need it. They're already so strong. I don't really worry about it. Like, the only 5 stars I've Grailed is Mordred and Tesla. That's it. And Tesla's the only one that's 2K FO'd all the way. Mordred's getting there, but yeah, she was lower priority. Would you 120 Ash? Probably not, but I'd 100 him. Especially if my friends didn't already have him like super maxed out and all that. But actually, my next Grail target though is just finishing Caligula, because he's like, I think he's like 94 right now. Yeah, he's 94. So yeah, I want to get Caligula to 100, and then it's probably Arthur, maybe Lancelot. I don't know, Arthur and Kido are about tied. I'm not gonna lie, chat, with Phase Strange Fake becoming a thing, that does remind me of how much I like Enkidu, so it's like, I don't know, maybe Enkidu's next after Caligula, we'll see. Cobb, thank you for the 18 months. Yeah, Happy New Year's and all that nonsense. Yeah, there is Beowulf. I'm not gonna lie, Beowulf is Grailed, he's just not 100. The only reason I haven't been like, oh my god, get Beowulf to 100, is he just needs an animation update. I mean, that's like the only reason. But yeah, Beowulf's awesome, actually. Also, there's this is the one thing, okay, I like Beowulf's Legend a lot, and Fate did a pretty good job of representing that like an anime form. They did not butcher it at all, so that's good. So, I like his character, I like his voice acting, I like his NP, I like his like lore abilities and stuff. They did a really good job with all that stuff. And again, his like background and everything in Fate is pretty in line with the actual stories. Very happy with that. But I don't like the fashion at all. It's like, why is he randomly like a modern, you know, like street brawler? Like, why? I mean, literally, why? Right? And yeah, you can't. If you're going to chain your arms together, I don't know why you would do that, but if you're going to chain your arms together, you can no longer T-pose to assert dominance on your opponents, and this is just massively inferior. So yeah, if he got like a costume where he was a bit more normal, I'd Grail to 100. Like, dude, if he got an animation update and a costume where he was more normal, I would Grail this man so quickly, because I love the voice actor and his lore abilities, and that's all great. But I do not like the modern twist, right? I never liked that, and it's kind of lame. So it doesn't stop me from liking Beowulf a lot, right? He's still awesome, right? That just the dumb pants isn't enough to run everything, but it's, you know, it's not as good as like Enkidu, right? Who I also like his character a lot and all that, and he doesn't look fucking ridiculous, right? So it's kind of a yeah. I know how are you gonna do the gold mask ending if you can't T-pose, man? Fucking crazy. You know, Bizet's up there for. She's definitely behind Enkidu though and Arthur, but she's pretty cool. Maybe more Grails for Percival though. That wouldn't be terrible. And Lancelot, both Percival and Lancelot, big fan of. Because we're gonna have, if I don't 120 someone else, we're gonna have a lot of Grails available again. We'll see. Okay, another thing, this has always been a problem. I actually like Robin Hood enough that Robin Hood should be level 100. I mean, Robin Hood's awesome. I mean, he's like super high on my list. This is so weird, this is what, I don't Grail him because he's so good at 70. I mean, I know it's so fucking weird, but like, because he's so good at 70, I like just, you know, having him at 70. We're like, Billy, not really that good at 70. I hate to say it, but yeah, Billy's pretty whatever, so, you know, there's that. But yeah, Robin Hood's fucking awesome, actually. I actually think I like Robin Hood a bit more than Beowulf. It's close, but yeah, Robin's great. What I need to just do is suck it up and get another Robin Hood up. I just don't, he takes hero proofs, dude. I don't want to 10-10-10 a second Robin Hood. It's not hard to level him. That's not a problem. It's not hard to foe him, that's not a problem. It's fucking getting his skills up again. I just do not want to do that when there's all these other characters that I could, you know, put those mats into. But I don't know, I might just have to do that because a Grailed Robin Hood would be pretty cool. Same thing for Bedivere. This one's fucked though, because again, he's so good at 70 and it's nice to have it for like pure budget stuff and whatnot, but he's harder to get, so I don't know what I'm gonna do about Bedivere. That one's tough. You have Robin and Lubu and NP up. Now, Lubu definitely. I don't know. How do y'all feel about it? Like, back in the day, buffing Robin Hood would be absurd. But now that, like, David is a thing, it honestly is probably okay to buff Robin. Like, it's not like Robin, it's not like he needs it. He's a perfectly viable, good 3-star. Okay, yeah, William Tell needs a lot more. That's really fair. Honestly, if they buff Robin Hood before William Tell, I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, that is just stupid. But eventually, I think it is okay to buff Robin Hood because David is so broken and Ku is so broken that making Robin a bit stronger at this point is fine. Now, Robin is good enough to like do what you need him to do and beat bosses and stuff. Like, it's fine. But yeah, at this point, it probably is okay. But yeah, you have to buff William Tell first. Like, Jesus Christ, you have to buff William Tell first. It's not even fair. Yeah, I know they buffed Ku before Baldy twice, because, you know, that made sense. Because, by the way, I mean, I tested this lots. Vanilla Ku was better than Baldy. Like, his raw value was better than Baldy. And honestly, Ku didn't even gain as much value from his buffs as people think. I mean, he gained value for sure, but there weren't really that big of buffs. His first buff can be big in the right context, though. It just depends. But anyway, but yeah, they buffed Ku twice. Not one, and the two buffs together is a pretty good value boost. But here's the thing, we talk about Baldy a lot because me and Cairo both like Baldy a lot. And you know, he's awesome, right? But I really do think Taiga needs it more. Like, I really do. It's because here's the thing about Baldy. Baldy is like almost there. He can like see the promised land, right? He can like almost, you know, touch it. But then he just, you know, there's actually a ravine there and he just falls into the abyss and, you know, he's not quite up there with the big boys, right? He's better than the normie shit, right? He's like better than Billy, right? Like no, not even close. He's way better than stuff like Billy and stuff. But yeah, he's not quite like up there with the, you know, the real big boys and shit. But with just a little bit of help, he could, right? And also he'd just be more stable. I think a big issue with Baldy is like theoretically he can do really good things, but the RNG on it is so dumb. Like, it's so dumb, like the RNG you have to deal with, that it's not even fun, right? Like, what you have to do to get comparable value to other characters is just roll dice a bunch. And like, that's not fun. But Taiga is just not even in the, she can't even see the promised land. She's looking the wrong way, right? She's going back to the Badlands. So someone needs to turn that ship around, right? So yeah, Taiga needs the buff way more than Baldy does. Now I do agree with Cairo that Baldy is more fun than Taiga, no offense to Taiga fans. But Burst characters can be really fun, and if they twink her a bit. Okay, so Taiga is a classic example of why I don't like them giving battery to everyone. Because Taiga actually deserves a battery. She's a burst unit with very bad long-term value, but she has a lot of potential in the short term. A lot of potential in the short term. She needs a battery. so she can just like NP right away with her buffs and just blow up, right? So she needs a battery and probably a buffed NP, and I think that's like, she deserves that, right? And all these other characters that get batteries and shit don't fucking deserve it. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the cooldown is a bit of a war crime. And here, Dyrmid was also clearly in need of a buff more than Baldy, and probably more than Taiga. Now he got one, and it's a pretty good buff. But honestly, I think he could use one more buff, right? Because I think he's still a little... I mean, it's a nice buff. He's much, much, much better, and like, his gameplay's more fun, and you got some more options and stuff, and I like that. But I think he could use one more buff. I really do. I think one more buff for Dyrmid, put something on his second skill where it does something no matter what. And then also have the niche, right? I think that would be better. And then once you do that, then he's totally fine. So, and to me, this is the buff order for like the single target Lancers, and we'll consider Baldy single target. He has no way of hitting multiple enemies, even though he's like a self buff. But I mean, it's like he's single target. Let's just be real here. I would say Dyrmid still needs it the most, then Taiga, and then Baldy. Although I kind of want Baldy to get it more than Taiga, but like that's. But all three of them need it. I mean, all three of them need it. But I think that's how it is. And then obviously Ku's dead fucking last. So I would say it's like Dyrmid, Taiga, Baldy, and then maybe Proto-Ku. Proto-Ku's in decent shape now, but probably Proto-Ku, and then Ku last, obviously. Like, you buffing Ku again right now is just, that does not need to happen. And then the AoE Lancers all need to be buffed, like, very much so. Like, Hector and Romulus here, they both need a buff. I mean, they're getting better. They're getting much better, but like they really do need a little bit extra oomph. Yeah, Romulus could use like an NP buff. I think that'll pretty much fix his problems. And you know, Gareth could probably use another buff too, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. That buff for her was pretty great. She really does need to be grailed to really make it work, but that's how a lot of bronzes are. I mean, it's just anyone that's a bronze fan knows they're gonna have to grail them, and I don't even think is that bad. I don't think that's bad, right? Because like if you don't like them, you normally have alternatives that you can use, so you don't need to use them. And if you like them, of course you're gonna grail them, right? If like Gareth or Leonidas, who's like your favorite character, I mean, or in your top 5 or whatever, of course you're going to grail them, right? Like if you like a bronze character like a whole lot, I don't think anyone is like a big fan of a bronze character and then they don't grail them. I just don't think that's a thing. So yeah, I don't, it's not too big of a deal like with Kojiro and oh god, I need to grail Kojiro. I used to not do that because my friend Kai had grailed Kojiro, but Kai only plays NA now, so yeah, actually I might need to grail Kojiro. Yeah, Caligula though is probably next. Like actually I might be able to grail Caligula right now because now that Ku's done, it's actually okay if I use some grails. Let me see how many grails I've got on me. I have 1. That's a little rough. Might need to be careful about that. But he is probably my next 100. I normally like to keep 1 or 2 on me, just as a safety net in case they add the Green Knight. I know I'm on Copium, but like literally, I generally like to have a couple of grails on me, just in case they add the Green Knight. And let's say Green Knight's a 3-star, I want to at least be able to get him to 80, right? And yeah, you never know, man's gotta be ready, man. Actually, oh god, I'm definitely not rolling on Kodamine now. I just realized that because yeah, I couldn't buy SQ if I wanted to. So yeah, I gotta make sure I've always got a Green Knight fund in my back pocket. Look, the color green gets a big bonus on my account, okay? Anything green goes up, but then Green Knight is also a knight. Anything knight related gets a big bonus. He also uses an axe, and that's like 3 bonuses. And then he also has just always been like a character in Legend that I like. I mean, when I was a chat, is it gonna surprise you that I was a kiddo and I learned of the Green Knight? I was like, that's awesome, right? So, I mean, like, there's really nothing above Green Knight, so. I've never grailed Dantes because he just doesn't need it. I mean, like, he does so well at 90. Like, he just does not need it. A lot of the 5 stars I like, I don't grail because there's just no need for it. Also, he only farms, really, so. Yeah, there's so much in Green Knight's favor. And now, again, they might fuck it up. They could give him a lame design, make him look wacky, make him look like a space. Might have, like, a lightsaber axe, right? You know, there's so many things they could do to make me not like it. But, you know, if it's even remotely like Percival or something, right, I'll be totally happy with it. And I don't mean like Percival and looking like Percival. I mean in like having literally anything to do with the source material. Yeah, if he's a lolly, I'm not rolling. That's not gonna happen. I don't think he's gender bit though, because every time okay, so Japanese doesn't have like male and female pronouns really. Their language doesn't really work that way, but they have like masculine pronouns, right? And every time they've referred to the Green Knight, they've always used masculine pronouns, and they also have referred to him as monstrous. And I don't see them making like a monstrous, you know, gender bend like that. It's very unlikely. So, now it is possible that they'll like have you summon the wife instead. She is like an actual character, you know, lady, I can't remember how to pronounce her fucking name, but, they might do some weird shit with that where she's playable for some fucking reason. But I don't think so. I honestly, with Nasu is apparently a fan of the Green Knight, from what I understand, and he just likes Arthurian legend a lot. So if it gets added, I think it'll be normal-ish, right? Like normal-ish. I don't, you know, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I want Green Knight more than like even regular Vortigern. Now, regular Vortigern is very close. That was something I wanted really, really badly, but that's also never going to happen now. Okay, chat. Lost, are you still here? I kind of want to see. We never did look at his other stages, so I want to see if his animations change, like in stage 2 and 3, and we can go solo QP daily because we know we're going to need an outrageous amount of that. Can also go do some advanced quests. I think they actually kind of ninja added new advanced quests yesterday, or like the day before, and I didn't notice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did add new advanced quests. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Nasu likes, I think, Vortigern just fine, but I don't think he likes Vortigern nearly as much as Oberym, and that's why we got somehow neither Oberym or Vortigern, but you know. Oh boy, that was speaking of Oberym, but I was not a fan of that. You know, I always give Eri this. Eri likes Oberym a lot, but is also like conscious enough that like, yeah, that was still pretty lame for Vortigern fans, right? What really annoys me is all the like Oberyn fans that act like it's totally fine, and Vortigern fans got nothing to complain about, and I'm like, okay, sure. That was so fucked up, dude. Oh my god. I do not want to get into that again. That was so lame. I just remember like all those like things like we saw the dragon that Vortigern normally drinks the blood of and all that kind of stuff, and it just, oh my god. It's the worst. Absolute worst. Okay, I don't think Lost is here, so we don't really have a way of seeing. Well, we can see if a random has Kotomine in one of the other 2 stages, because I suspect it changes his animations. So originally Oberym was in the story. It's just he was just Oberym. The Vortigern bullshit thing was added later. But yeah, they were gonna just use a regular Oberym. But he wasn't gonna have like a super major role in the story. He was gonna be in it, but he wasn't gonna be like super important. Look at all these Oberyms too. Yeah, he's quite popular, unfortunately for me. I don't think he's as popular as Morgan though. Oh my god, Morgan's just so popular, dude. Yeah, I kind of expect Kotomine is probably most popular in stage 1. And that's kind of what I'm annoyed by. I like his stage 1 the most, but his stage 1 is the least Kotomine. I'm not really big on that. He becomes more Kotomine the more like god bullshit is like overflowing or whatever. All of his voice lines though aren't translated, at least as far as I'm aware, so I haven't seen like everything, so I'm not 100% sure, but that does seem to be the case. You can't see stage 3 Oberym unless you have him. You have to have Oberon and have done his quest. Oh, hey. Well, scuff skill ranks, but good enough. But yeah, if you yourself don't have Oberon, you can never see his stage 3. And then you have to do that, like, he's got like a stage you can do to unlock it. Imagine doing a QP daily and not bringing the QP boost CEs. Although, you know what? I could do at least the ones I have. Be a little bit efficient about this. Yep, pretty sure Epic of Remnant names are still a thing. Imagine if because of Fate Strange Fake, they started calling Gilgamesh Fake Archer and shit like that. Gotta hide the spoilers, guys. So, that was the good news for the stream, though, was Fate Strange Fake. Now, like I said, I'm a little worried about the animation quality. The art style looks really good. But the actual, like, fluidity of the animation, I don't know. Now, some of that's because it's not actually releasing for a while, and sometimes they put all of their, like, real effort into the fight scenes, so the other stuff looks a bit more janky. So, I don't know, we'll see. But I'm a little concerned. It does look like, though, they're going to do a good job of, like, just understanding the source material and, you know, having good music and atmosphere and voice acting and... So, you know, I think it's going to be enjoyable, but I'm not sure it's going to give us, like, the fight scenes that we really want. I think they're going to be more like A-boss fight scenes, which were honestly very brief and short. You know, they didn't really flush out the fight scenes and the abilities and stuff. I love Dumas' voice actor. Oh my god, that was... I'm very happy about that, because that's probably what we'll get in FGO when he gets added, so please just be a low star. Oh my god, I will be so happy if Alexander Dumas is a 1 to 3 star and then there's like a good budget, you know, support, because we need more of those, and I like Alexander Dumas so much, and if I could just use him in like all of my videos, I will be so happy. I guess we'll just NP this. But yeah, his animations definitely are different, but I kind of presumed that was going to be the case. Yeah, basically he's like Angra juice that's being influenced by these other gods. So like the abilities, you know, that's why you like the dragons and all that kind of stuff. So he's like drawing on like stuff from Rasputin and these other gods, but then like most of it's being shaped by Angra juice, and then like the personality and everything is Kotomine. So a little strange, but could be worse, I suppose. Yeah, his cut-in is fine. I'll definitely give him that. That's not a phoned-in cut-in that they're just like checking a box. You know, they're not like doing it just to do it. Right? It works just fine. I don't know, his voice actor is pretty damn good though, I tell you, he can sell anything, I swear. Apparently his voice actor was hinting at this on Twitter for a while, like, posting stuff that were kind of alluding to it. Okay, let's do, Buster first here. I'm gonna do Buster last. Yeah, I definitely like his first stage the most in terms of animations and whatnot. I don't mind the other stages, but not really mind the cup of tea. That's pretty much what he killed Da Vinci with, right there, wasn't it? Boy, you know someone's gonna find a stage where you fight Da Vinci and do that. Like, absolutely. Go slow-mo here. Yeah, his toolkit is very aimed at farming, very much so, and he will be good at farming, but I mean, who gives a shit about that? Boy, we are so going back to Fuyuki though. Like, I mean, I think that was already obvious, but yeah, we're going back to Fuyuki. I think that's a pretty great place though, if it is their version of Solomon for like 2.0, I think that'd be really fitting. Now maybe we only go back for a little bit and then we go back to Lost Belt 7 or whatever, I don't know, we'll see. But I'd be cool if like we wrap up Lost Belt 7 and then it's just Fuyuki and that's the finale. I think that'd be great. But it is possible that you just like kind of visit Fuyuki and then go back to business. I don't really like that one quick animation. That the first one is kinda meh. Oh, that looks funny. That wouldn't shock me if Sulter comes back. And I can't remember. I remember people got so hardcore about that image that they showed where you could see Artoria in, Fuyuki still burning. And I remember people got so meta about figuring out if that was Saber Alter or regular Saber. And I don't remember what the answer was. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember there's like a mild difference in their gauntlets and things like that. And people were like busting out the like color modifying stuff, and they were trying to figure out which one it was. And I think they did find a pretty definitive answer of which one it was, but I don't remember if the trailer was Salter or a regular Artoria. Also, let's be honest, even if it's one in the trailer, that doesn't mean that's the one they're going to use, because I will remind everyone, they used Saber Deermid in the trailer for America, and we got Lancer Deermid, and they were also going to use regular Vortigern and Green Knight and Artoria in Lost Belt 6, and then they kind of last minute changed some of that stuff. So yeah, just because they showed off one doesn't mean it's necessarily the one they're going to use. Wait, wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if Kodamine was actually the real B7 this whole time? Because like we knew that like B7 got summoned at the end of 1.0, Gilgamesh told us that, and we know they need like a host and that kind of stuff. But wouldn't that be funny if this whole time B7 was actually with Kodamine? That doesn't make a lot of sense though. I mean, it depends, because like it's like, can the alien god do all the stuff they're doing if they're not actually a beast, right? And like, where did they get their power from and stuff? So I don't know, it depends. I'd have to reread some of the stuff. I will say, so there's a group, and there's like this post on D-Slayer, I think. This guy just has this crazy like tinfoil hat conspiracy. Now, I will say, some of his conspiracy is not even a conspiracy. Some of it is just, yeah, that's obvious. Like, there are some things in the game and surrounding media where like there's some obvious shit going on that I think that guy is correct about. But he's got some tinfoil hat theories that don't have a lot supporting it. But part of that guy's theory is like the alien world is not an alien world. It's Earth. But it's Earth, maybe like the real Earth, and Chaldea's world is a simulation and shit like that. And there is definitely some evidence that supports that could be the case. Or it's, Earth in the future or something like that. But yeah, and I will say, I really do think, like, by the end of FGO, right, either the Chaldea world is just going to be gone, or they're definitely going to show that it's not a normal timeline, because there is a lot pointing to that like the FGO timeline isn't actually regular Earth. Like, it just isn't. It is certainly possible that the alien world is actually just regular fucking Earth or future Earth or whatever. However, it's not like it's mutually exclusive. You can have it where Chaldea's world is you know, a simulation or a fabricated world or whatever, and still have the alien world be also an alien world, right? They're not mutually exclusive, and that's kind of an issue I see with that guy's theory. Is just because one thing might be true doesn't mean the other is as well. So, but you know, it could be both. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I think like the theory goes something along the lines of like, you know, Olga's been experimented on, and there's definitely a lot of evidence for that, and like her soul and body are fucked up, and you know, the alien world is like regular Earth or future Earth, and what is it? Subject E isn't an alien. It's a human from regular Earth, and shit like that. So, and maybe even someone like important to Ogla or Ogla herself or whatever the fuck, or it's just Bluebeard or something. And then Bluebeard is just from. I mean, we already know Bluebeard is from like an Earth, right? But it's not really from. Doesn't seem like he's from FGO's Earth. So like that part's pretty obvious. I wish we had more to do, but I mean, all we really have is advanced quests. We could use Kodamine against Richard, I suppose. It's not the world's hardest boss. What else do I have that's like a real boss? We've got Lobo. That's a pretty good one, actually. Yeah, I've already got my ult account up. Let me do that. Although, real quick, I need to turn the in-game music off because I've got the whole thing muted right now. Well, if that guy's theory is correct, it's basically like the entire world MASH and stuff is from isn't real, essentially. It's like a singularity, essentially, and it's like, and I mean, again, there's some evidence that suggests this, but it could be mixed up with other things, and we're just getting streams crossed. But like, it's possible that like Ogla's dad basically made a singularity, because I think Morgan says this. I've seen people say this, but I haven't actually looked it up to confirm that this is what Morgan says. Because I'm not gonna lie, I skimmed over certain parts of Lost Belt 6 that I didn't really give a shit about, and Morgan definitely falls in that camp. Anyway, but like Morgan allegedly says something along the lines of like, ray shifting is not time travel. Ray shifting is basically making a simulation of the past and going there. So like, ray shifting does not take you back to Rome. Essentially, it basically copies Rome's data and creates a simulation that is like Rome was back then, and you transport there. That's essentially what Morgan says. And that kind of throws all of the story into chaos, because most of it's based on these singularities and whatnot. And then you've got like that Fuyuki that is still existing, right, for some fucking reason. And Guadia, and this, I have read this, Guadia fucking says, or Lev says, but like Guadia did not make the Fuyuki singularity, and like for all we know, it's not even a singularity. But yeah, something is really weird about that one, and then like just Chaldea itself. Well, I don't think it's not really a retcon. Actually, again, a lot of people like put pushback on some of these things I'm talking about here. But when you actually go back and read early FGO, some of this shit is actually kind of obvious. Right? Like, a lot of this early lore actually hints at a lot of this nonsense. Now, it doesn't necessarily hint at some of these specifics that people are assuming, right? But they definitely hint at something's very weird about Fuyuki, something's very weird about Chaldea. You know, they've always done that. This isn't like new things they introduced. Like, Lev says forever ago that Guadia, or Solomon, as you call him back then, you know, didn't make that singularity. They've always said that singularity never faded away, and that's fucking weird, right? They've always said this stuff from the very beginning. So I don't think it's really a retcon or anything, and like they've always implied that something is really weird going on with ray shifting. However, I don't actually know what Morgan says. I don't remember that bit, so I'm gonna have to look that up and see what the fuck is going on with that. All right, let's get to Epic of Remnant number 1 here. Yeah, sometimes they do like, oh, we planned this all along, and they didn't. But I will say, some of this, like, you know, tinfoil hat stuff is absolutely based on very old FGO stuff that they've just never addressed. But not, like, some people I think with, okay, I will say this. I think a lot of people would think some of this stuff is an ass pull, and I don't think it is, but if people have that feeling, it's because a lot of the stuff that hints at it is not in FGO, right? Like, a lot of this stuff is in, like, OVAs and, like, mangas and shit, like, surrounding FGO, and that's not a good way to tell a story. Now, some of the stuff they've hinted at in the game are also just very forgettable. I doubt anyone in chat remembers a single line that was actually said in Fuyuki. Like, I mean that. I don't think a single fucking person remembers anything that was said in Fuyuki. But there's several things that were said in Fuyuki that were literally never addressed, right? And in some of the early interludes, right? Some of the early interludes with like Emiya and Angra and stuff hinted at all this shit as well. But they haven't kept that in people's minds, right? So they've kind of made up some of these mysteries with like the alien world, Subject D, and that stuff they have touched on again recently, but in a very vague way. But a lot of the stuff with like Fuyuki and all that, they have not mentioned it in ages. They did mention it, and they definitely hinted at it, and then they just dropped it and didn't fucking talk about it forever. So if they bring it back and are like, you know, it was me, John Smith, right? It's like who the fuck was John Smith, right? Like, you're not gonna remember that, right? So they definitely should have done a better job of like sprinkling in this stuff throughout. And the specifics of what I brought up may not be correct, right? But they're going to matter. I guarantee you, some of this stuff with like Chaldea, Fuyuki, simulation bullshit, some of this stuff is absolutely going to matter. You know, how it matters, we don't know, but... and so another thing, let's say the Chaldean is the final boss. They clearly should have done more with him up to this point. It's not cool keeping him a complete mystery and all of a sudden he's the final boss. Don't do that. You know, they could have established what was going on with him a lot sooner and built up to it. Building into something is so much more satisfying than just vague, boom, right? That's no good. And FGO is really bad about that, where they just keep things very, very vague forever, and then all of a sudden they just drop it in your lap and act like, it, you know, they did the proper foreshadowing. But they didn't, right? Because a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, I would agree, would not be very satisfying in a lot of ways because they haven't done the appropriate foreshadowing. You can only really even think about it if you do like a lot of bullshit, you know, outside of FGO deep diving. And you know, that's just not the right way to do it. And I was thinking about it, no matter what the final boss is, they're gonna have that problem. We're already Lost Belt 7. There's not enough time left to really build into a proper final villain at this point. It's gonna feel like an ass pull no matter what they do, right? Like if it's Ogla's dad, most people don't even know who that is, right? He's mentioned like one time in the game, right? Or maybe 2 times, right? Like that's just, you know, it's just not going to be satisfying. And again, if it's the Chaldean, they haven't explained his character at all. We don't even know who it is. Right, so there's a lot of issues there. The only villain they could really do that they built up to is the alien god, but I don't think a lot of people want the alien god to be the final bad guy. And Orc's not going to be the final bad guy. He's probably going to be the strongest thing we fight in the entire story, but he's obviously not going to be the final bad guy. And he's like the Tiamat of the story. You know, he's a huge threat, but he's not the baddie. You know, he's not even really connected to the FGO story. Okay, before we jumping into this boss and probably get murdered, but let me get water and stuff real quick, so I'll be back in just a second. If Kodamine is the final boss, they should have built up to his character more in the other Lost Belts. Like, he's only in Lost Belt 1 and then on Lost Belt 7, and I will say that's better than some of the other potential baddies, but they still should have done more. And like, if there's something else going on with him, like if he's the real B7 or whatever, they definitely could have done a better job of foreshadowing with that. But yeah, he would be better than some of the other picks for sure. Alright. I'm returning, chat. But, yeah, anytime I've talked about this, like, you know, Chaldea, Fuyuki, Ogla stuff, people are always like, you know, that'd be really random and whack and stupid. And I think the reason everyone's reaction like that is because they did not properly build up to it. But mark my words, the end of 2.0 is absolutely going to have to do with some of this stuff. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to also introduce some crazy fucking alien as the final boss, or the White Titan, or you know, upside down Guadia, or whatever. There could definitely be random new shit we've never heard of, but mark my words, we're going to get stuff surrounding like Ogla's past, and what really is the founding of Chaldea, and what the fuck happened with Solomon in Fuyuki, and his master and all that. Like, that is absolutely coming up. Like, just no question. There's just, even though it, like, most people forgot about all that shit, there's just no way they don't address that stuff. Like, they're blatantly going to get into that stuff. Okay, so now we got the other Kodamine again, but really I'm fine with whatever stage at this point, because we saw the other one. What do we bring here? Probably Atlas, because I feel like we need to do like our third skill twice or something. Beast 5? Which one the fuck is Beast 5? Let me look this up. I don't remember, I don't even remember which one Kama is. She's like half of Beast 3 or whatever, but never fucking remember. Beast 5 is apparently not known like at all. Let me see here. Yeah, no, I don't think there's any information about Beast 5 whatsoever. This giant question mark. I feel like they're going to use that for an event then down the road, maybe in 3.0 or whatever, but I mean, who knows? Maybe like all the beasts are going to show up at the end, and all the Grands are going to show up, and then Bob and whatnot. But yeah, there doesn't seem to really be any information about Beast 5. And then Beast 6 is kind of complicated because there's the prototype version and then there's the non-prototype version, and they're not the same, so that's like a whole thing. Right, and Primate Murder, that was a thing. I think Gil and Enkidu buff is probably just because of Fate Strange Fake, but you know, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with Ort. I mean, I do expect we're gonna summon more shit, but I really feel like Nasu is just not going to use Gilgamesh in a very meaningful way because he did in Babylonia. But here's the thing. From what I've seen of Nasu's writing, I just completely believe what I just said. But you know, I would like to see Archer Gilgamesh in an actual story in FGO at least once, where we got Archer Gilgamesh in like a scene, and that's it. You know, the rest of it's Caster Gilgamesh, and no offense to Caster Gilgamesh fans, but they just don't hit the same. It's not the same thing. You know, I really feel this way. Caster Gilgamesh is Gilgamesh at home, right? Now, I know I'm gonna make some people mad because people love their Caster Gilgamesh and all that kind of stuff, but I really don't. Here's the thing I don't like about Caster Gilgamesh. He's essentially CCC Gilgamesh, but less powerful. Right? People act like, I don't even know why, I guess it's because no one reads anything, but people act like Caster Gilgamesh is like the first time Gilgamesh has ever been shown in that light. It's not. Like, it's literally not. I mean, like, I can't even see the difference between Caster Gilgamesh and CCC Gilgamesh. It's the same fucking character. So it's like, and with the way Gil is, I mean, that makes sense. I'm not even mad about that. It's like, it's actually logical that Caster Gilgamesh being at that point in his life and so on and so forth would just act like, you know, the CCC Gilgamesh. That actually makes complete sense. But it's not that interesting, and also he's just less powerful, right? So he's basically CCC Gilgamesh with a lot less awesome stuff, right? So I'm just like, I don't really care about that version as much then, right? So But yeah, there's really no difference between CCC of Gilgamesh and Caster Gilgamesh. It's pretty much the same thing. And CCC Gilgamesh is Archer Gilgamesh in a good mood, right? That's what it is. And Nasu said this years ago, like, you know, Gil mainly just looked like an asshole in Fate's Day Night because he was in a terrible mood because of the state of humanity, and then also he was, you know, slightly corrupted by the Grail. There was that, but right. So people act like Caster Gilgamesh is like this unique thing that like only he's the good one, but like that's not the case. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about Caster Gil because he's kind of just lesser than regular Gil in most ways. And his fashion is terrible. You're never going to convince me otherwise, chat. You know, terrible. He's fucking male Ushi. Like, shit. Anyway, but yeah, we didn't really get regular Gilgamesh in any meaningful story. Or Artorio, by the way. But, it'd be nice if we could get that one time. But yeah, I do not think they're going to use Gilgamesh in a serious capacity for Orc. Like, he might play some kind of role, but I don't think they're going to use him much. There's no way Nasu's going to do that. Oh, excuse me, the screen is not, Oh, they're just killing off our taunt walls. Who gives a shit? Chat, you missed us using, like, one card, right? You'll live, chat. Maybe I NP here. No, especially because of the evade, which is actually going to be really awkward for him. Yeah, unfortunately, I think Artoria has one chance with Lost Belt 6, and Anasu just like, nah, we'll use Castoria instead. That really does suck, though, for Artoria fans, that they were going to use regular Artoria in Lost Belt 6, and they just didn't. I think we wait one turn to cast Guts. Do I Rainbow Chain here? Yeah. Kinda awkward, but... Oh right, Lobo's evil. That's good. That'll help us out. Look, I'm not an Artoria fan at all, but I really do think they need to stop scuffing regular Artoria fans. It's like, a lot of people like the original Artoria, they don't really care about Summer Artoria and all this other nonsense. They just want regular Artoria from like Fate's Day Night to get to, you know, interact with all these new kids, right? And they should obviously do that, right? And here's the thing, I'm not really an Artoria fan, but she's still an interesting character that like other characters play off of really well. Like really, really well, right? So it'd be useful for a lot of these stories and like for all the other characters to have that. So yeah, I think it's silly that they never use regular Artoria. Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe 3.0, I don't know. There's like this thing in FGO, I'm sure people have noticed this. I'm not big braining by noticing this. Where like they go out of their way to use the FGO version of a character that has other versions, right? They go out of their way to use Caster Gil over regular Gil, or Caster Artoria, or one of the other FGO specific Artorias instead of regular Artoria. They use Caster Ku instead of regular Ku. They clearly do that, right? And so that really, yeah, they use Medea Lily instead of regular Medea, right? They use a Medusa or Gorgon instead of regular Medusa, right? Like it's just an ongoing thing where they always use the FGO specific version. By the way, did anyone else have this thought? They've got like that Dynasty Warriors game they're making for Fate. Although they didn't confirm it was a Dynasty Warrior game, but it's being made by the devs that make Dynasty Warriors, so, I mean, put 2 and 2 together. But anyway, did anyone else, when they watched the trailer, when they saw Masashi, did anyone else was like, why is that not the male Masashi? Right? Because, like, she's supposed to be Data Lost, right? So why, the answer is obviously boobs, but Yeah, it's kind of lame. I was like, okay, she's supposed to be Data Lost, but she's just in this game. So, you know, now they'll probably say it's some other timeline, right? Another timeline that also happens to magically be like her timeline. That's totally what they're gonna do. That's why she's in white instead of red or whatever. So they're gonna be like, oh, it's some other world line, and this one happens to be almost exactly like the other one, but also not like our timeline because fuck male Masashi apparently. I'd be fine with both. That'd be fine with both. I don't think anyone would complain about both. I actually think both is the best way to make everybody happy, right? Like, I'm not one of these fans that thinks like Artoria takes away from Arthur or Arthur takes away from Artoria. You can just have your cake and eat it too. In this case, it's fine, right? So the main thing is don't, and this is the one thing I don't really like about Artoria and Arthur. They've kind of gone out of their way to try to make them more like a duality thing where they didn't do that originally, and that's kind of forced and stupid. Right? When you make male Masashi, don't even factor in female Masashi, right? Don't even think about it, right? Give him his own toolkit, nothing to do with hers. Just think about, you know, what fits. If you're wanting to be more historically accurate or not, or whatever you're wanting to do, just make that character from the ground up that character, right? And make them independent of each other. That's the best way to do it. So hopefully they'll do that for Masashi, but who knows? I do feel like though male Masashi does have way better odds of getting used compared to some of the other, you know, like, you know, normal Paul Bunyan and stuff like that. So maybe someday. Yeah, funny enough, in his stage 3, his name is just Kotomine, Kirei. Not shooting anymore. Kind of interesting thing there. Well, there's our guts proc, a little bit sooner than I was expecting. This could get interesting. All right, well, I guess I got a rainbow chain. That's really awkward. This boss is awkward for a lot of characters if they don't have sure hit. Well, here's the thing. One, it's not the Fate route where she goes to Avalon. It's the true ending she goes to Avalon, which is way after the Fate route. That's what people forget. That true ending that happens at the end of the visual novel is set way the fuck later. So in between, you have plenty of time to do other things with Artoria, right? And presumably what little role she does play in FGO is just that, right? And here's the thing. It doesn't matter if her character is finished in like having her own beginning, middle, and end and has a proper character arc. That's all fine. That doesn't mean you can't have them be part of other stories as well, right? It literally doesn't make sense, right? Because she's in, what's that fucking book? She's in Fate Labyrinth. That's not a problem. The same logic applies, but they have no problem using her there because it just makes sense to use her there, right? And like you can still the things that made her interesting are still interesting. It's not like she stops becoming interesting because we know what her beginning, middle, and end is. That doesn't mean like her let's say Fate Zero didn't exist, right? Because you don't really need, no offense, but like you don't need Fate Zero to complete her character arc. You just don't, right? You can pretty much guess what happened in Fate Zero from Fate Stay Night, right? So it's not like that conversation with Iskandar is less interesting because you know about the true ending. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with it, right? It doesn't matter, right? That's just a silly thing that means nothing. And again, like Fate Labyrinth proves that because they still use Artoria and Fate Labyrinth, and like that's after the saying her story is complete. So like it's silly. And yeah, there's just a lot more to her character than just that one character note, right? There's a lot you can still flush out, like with Sir Kay and her. Like, Jesus Christ, right? There's still plenty to do there. And then, yeah, Mordred, obviously, that's the whole thing. Actually, I feel like the way they left Artoria's story, it makes Artoria seem like a massive asshole. Like so much so, because she's like trying to find peace with herself at the end and bygones be bygones and all that. But yeah, never mind that I've got a kid, you know, because, you know, parents aren't responsible for their children or anything. And it's not like I left that in shambles. You know, I don't need to address that one. But hanging out with Shiro though, no, that's important. Gotta do that first, right? Like it really does make her look like an absolute asshole. Like, because she's supposed to have gained a degree of humanity to like realize, like, you know, understand normal people and stuff. And like the whole problem with Mordred is she didn't understand at all, right? So now that she like understands better, you'd think she'd take 5 seconds to try to sort that out. But no. Mordred who? Right? Like, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. Well, there's really no fixing the Morgan thing because, you know, regular Morgan ain't Lost Belt Morgan, so good luck with that one. Some people think the MC of the game is going to be male Masashi because he's using dual-wielding swords. Okay, well, although that is possible, that is possible, right? No reason to rule that out. I don't think that's enough of a connection because, oh wow, no one's ever used dual-wield swords before, right? Like, yeah, guys, anime characters using 2 katanas? No! It has to be Masashi, right? I mean, sure, it could be Masashi, right? Sure, maybe they're gonna do an origin story or some shit. And for some reason they're crossing the streams, but, yeah, it's not, I don't think that's enough yet, right? That's a thing, you know, that doesn't point against Masashi, right? That's not a negative point against Masashi, but I don't know, yeah, we'll have to see. That's a very light connection right now, I'll just say that. You know, I've never really paid attention to FGO specifically, how many people have more than one katana. Quite a few of them, you know, they got like Benkei who's got like 1,000,000 weapons, but it's not like specifically twin katanas or whatever, so I'm not really, I'd have to look. I think Benny, I don't think she uses 2 at a time though, so she just has like a typical weave setup there. Oh yeah, and I think, doesn't Izo whip out another katana? Oh yeah, Jerker. Yeah, that's Jerker. Jerker's got like 3 though, actually, I think. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Izo does pull out one. He uses it in like a dirty fighting kind of way, but I mean, of course he does. That's what you expect out of him, so. But yeah, they definitely got some dual katana people here and there. I'm kind of worried that game is going to be nothing but weave servants. Like, literally all. And to be fair, that's kind of what, it's called Fate Samurai. So, I mean, if they're ever gonna do that, that's the time to do it. So, I'm not like, I'm not saying it's wrong to do that. I just wouldn't be very interested in it if that's what they did, right? But, yeah, it would not be surprising if it was nothing but weave. I expect like 90% of the cast to be weaved, and then a couple of like, you know, guest stars, if you will. Right, that's what I expect. But yeah, they didn't say that much about it, so we'll have to see. I will say, if Izo's in it, and Kojiro's in it, that's enough for me to, like, if they're playable or whatever, that'd be enough for me to enjoy it at least somewhat. Insta-death, but we've got guts, so it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, that was our last one. Oh man, we're gonna be 1 turn off. Are you kidding me? I should have saved the heal. If we had like heal boost and the heal Mysticode and I had saved that, we might have been be able to buy that 1 turn we're gonna need to get our guts back. That sucks, because if we could get that guts back, we would, we'd be able to keep going for a good bit here. Yeah, Kojiro's gotta be in the game. Like, he's been very rarely featured in Titan Works. He's one of the least developed Fates Night characters. Now, with what little screen time he's gotten, he still actually has a very fleshed out character, but that being said, they really have not done that much with him. And with the setting and everything, and Masashi already being confirmed, like, chat, I just realized, I think Masashi's been used more than Kojiro, even though Kojiro was created way before Masashi was. But yeah, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Masashi has been used more in total than Kojiro ever was. Because even in Fate Stay Night, which is a pretty wordy visual novel, he's not in it very much. Like, absolutely not. Man, we were close. I think if things went a little bit better, we might be able to pull this one off. Which might actually be impressive. This is not an easy one to to solo, generally speaking. However, for him to solo it, he might have to use something that would allow a lot of people to solo it, like Yang CE, right? Stuff like that. Where like it's really impressive when you're able to solo this stage and you don't bring like a CE and command code that like really trivialize it. I think he could, I don't know, man. He's only 58k off, so I feel like that is still. That's actually pretty impressive for an AOE alter ego. That is not bad. That is absolutely better than I thought he would do. Like very much so. That actually, there's some potential with that toolkit then. For soloing anyway. I mean, he's not going to be, you know, in Kidu or anything. Oh, right. They buffed in Kidu and Gil. We kind of got to show that off, don't we? Maybe buff stack Gil on something and see how much damage he does. And Enkidu is so broken now. Chat, they gave Enkidu a 50% battery. Like, why would you do that? Like, I mean, first off, so let's say you're not soloing, right? Because if you're not soloing, you probably don't need Enkidu's big heal and debuff clear, especially for farming, right? And to be clear, I think NA is just now starting to see this, but there's a lot of farming now that revolves around single target units now. That's absolutely a thing. Like, not all farming is AoE anymore. And like, Enkidu is going to be so good for that, because he's going to murder anything that is a archer. He's going to super murder anything that's a berserker, because he's got an anti-berserker passive. And then if they're like a foreigner or some crap, and threat to humanity, he's also going to murder them. So he's already got a wider range of targets than you would generally get. And you can do shit now like give him K-scope, have him NP turn 1, and then he clicks his battery, and I've got 50% battery, and you can just have the humble waiver on your team, and then boom, you can NP again, right? Never mind Veach and Oberim and all this other nonsense, right? You, like, just like that, you can just double NP, right? Just boom, boom. So, yeah, no, he's going to be really good. And then obviously for soloing and everything, and I will say, for soloing, you're normally going to need to wait to cast the third skill until you're low on health, and then you want to hope that lines up with you needing the battery. So that's actually going to be a little tricky, like, absolutely. I kind of want to see Gil's NP damage. I haven't actually looked at it. I've done his buff, but I haven't done anything. Oh yeah, Scath is in shambles now. She's so comparable to Enkidu, and he was already better than her, so... Yeah, oh god. Thankfully though, if you're a Scath fan, she's still really good, right? Enkidu is definitely better, but I mean, that's pretty much the boat every Lancer is in, right? Like, Ku's great, but Enkidu is better. But Scath is still great. She still does really good damage. She's a lot more reliable since that buff they gave her. She has some survivability, right? Good niche. There's no problems there. I don't think Scath fans are like lacking for ability to, you know, get shit done with her, right? It's not a problem. She's totally fine. She's above average, no question. I mean, he was already ahead of Lolly Dragon in a lot of ways. Like, pretty much how they've always been, and Enkidu has always been better in soloing than her. It's actually funny that people don't realize that, but like, I've directly compared them several times, and Enkidu is just better than her for soloing. Now, she's really good for farming, but I mean, they're already so awkward compared to each other in that department that there's just, yeah, they're just apples and oranges. Now, again, for like pure raw, like if you put, you know, Enkidu versus Ort, obviously Enkidu's going to do better, especially if you had a better way of dealing with the second health bar, but yeah, they're really different, right? She's a very different kind of unit than he is. But yeah, he already was better than her when it came to what he was designed to do. But he was also worse than her at what he wasn't designed to do, and that buff doesn't change that. Okay, where's a good place to use Gilgamesh? Maybe an advanced quest that has a lot of servants in it. My old account also hasn't done a fuckload of advanced quests. I mean, there's this, that's a new one. That's probably one of those, like, where they do, you know, type Moon Cancer, type Avenger, type whatever, ones. But we need, like, servants that are not gonna be star attribute, any of that nonsense. These ones maybe, although that one you're gonna have a Lancer. I want to see that. What about the, the other extra class one, which is total bullshit for free-to-play setups, by the way. Oh, right, I haven't done Epic of Remnant, technically. So I can't do that. That's fucked up. What the fuck was the gimmick in the Fergus one? Because that's the right class. What the fuck was the gimmick, though? I thought it wasn't... It was something wacky. Like, really wacky. Does anyone remember? No, advanced quests are not temporary. They're permanent. But, they're so gimmicky that they don't have a lot of replay value, to be honest. Actually, most of these are very easy to do free-to-play. Like, oh yeah, no, almost all of these are easy to do. The only one I can think of that was hard to do free-to-play, and you can still kind of do it, but it was the one with, I don't know, where is it? Let me find it. This one. This is the only one I've seen that's bullshit. Now, that new one could be bullshit, too. But yeah, this was the only advanced quest that I thought was even remotely nonsense for free-to-play, but the rest of them are not a problem at all. Like some of these are kind of annoying, but they're not that bad. But yeah, does anyone remember Fergus in Ping would change the terrain, give you different buffs? Did he have like crazy survivability or anything? Because we really just need a target to just melt. She's probably not weak to Enema Elish because she's from space, and most things from space don't have it. We could nuke the other two. Yeah, we just need I mean, there's Banana. This is a good one. This is actually one of the best advanced quests. This one has like the most replay value. This is a real boss fight. Very comparable to a regular challenge quest. Yeah, I like this one a lot. And that one was quite tricky on Q, actually, the solo. Had to do it in a weird way. This is probably my favorite one. It's this one and Darius. Those two really stand out as being pretty good. She had a weird gimmick. This one had a super gimmick. You know, I couldn't do any damage. God, I don't remember half of these. Hector's a Lancer. I think it's because, dude, I don't want to have that conversation about the weak to Enema Elite trait, because first off, it's not a thing outside of FGO, it's more like a reference to, like, Gil and, like, his mindset and stuff, and space shit. But I do not, I got a pretty good theory about that whole shtick, and everything they've added to that list since then holds to my theory, but I'm not gonna explain that right now, it's just way too much fucking work. Might just use this one. This is the most vanilla one I can think of. It's just, obviously, you're not gonna do shit against Proto-Ku. Oh, you'll do double damage to her, too, because of the gimmick. Yeah, that's not good. This one's okay. I think he'll just kill him so fast, though. Man, there really just isn't a good stage for an archer here to just damage test. Could maybe do this one if it's like the other ones. Probably a ruler there, though. Yeah, wow, I really cannot think of anything here that's... I mean, maybe Fergus. The thing about Fergus is if you don't... I remember if you don't fight the second health bar in a very specific way, you just lose. And, like, that's not a very good way to do what we're trying to do here. Yeah, there probably is something in CCC, but those are kind of just so easy if you're counterclassing. Also, I'd love to hit 3 enemies so we get to really see damage. But, 1 enemy is better than nothing. Ort. I don't think Ort's a servant, so... But like that whole doing bonus damage to servants thing, that's not something Aya does lore-wise. It's not. That's just an FGO thing, and it's just kind of a reference to like Gil being a servant killer, because they used to call him that like in the early days. That's the whole reason for that nonsense. Let's see. I guess we'll just do this. It's not particularly interesting, but... how disgusting do we want to get? Maybe, do we want to see vanilla Gil damage first, and then we do buffers? I feel like that's the way to go here. Probably should give him command codes real quick. Yeah, we'll do vanilla, and then we'll bust out the nonsense. Also, hi, Mythic.
Yeah, いらっしゃいだね、マスターくん。地道にコツコツやる？それとも
I just wish we could replay challenge quests, man. That or main story fights, because main story fights normally are a nice spot difficulty-wise. They're hard enough that you have to give a shit, and like, you know, the team that can't be garbage, or it has to be a decent solo unit or whatever you're doing. But then it's not like so gimmicky that like if you don't have an outrageously specific kind of setup, you lose, right? I mean, I did roll, just not very much. You know, Alright, let's see here. We're giving Gil Aya. Chat, so I had a guy telling me that Aya is not that strong of an NP. And this is on YouTube. And, he was saying like all the stuff that makes Aya seem super strong is like old lore that's been retconned. And then I brought up, so I was like, okay, if we want to act like all of the other stuff is not canon anymore, which there's no reason to, but for whatever reason we want to assume that. In FGO itself, right, this command code fucking says Aya is the strongest NP humanity has ever possessed. Not created, and I've asked people that speak Japanese to read it to be clear about that. It does not say created, it says it's the strongest NP humanity has ever possessed, right? And like all the NPs that people are always saying is stronger than Aya are possessed by humans, and therefore obviously not as strong as Aya. And like, this is weird, people seem to have this idea that Aya's extent is what it was in like Fate Stay Night or something. Which every bit of Fate lore just reinforces that Gil wasn't giving a flying fucking Fate Stay Night, and Aya is way stronger than that. I mean, literally everything with Aya outside of that's what it's on about. So I don't know, and not only that, but they've never really clearly shown, you know, Gil going ape shit with Aya, right? I think the closest we've seen to that is like CCC or something, right? But like, we're not even sure what Aya's limit is, and you see what Nasu said about it. He just gave like, you know, a vague thing about like, you know, its output is 4,000, and then it's further increased by, you know, the amount of treasure he has. But he doesn't, Nasu never says a word about like how much is it increased by, right? Any of that shit. So we don't even know we have no idea what its actual damage is. We just know it's really, 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 really high. Right, and they're probably never going to say what it was, and then we know it's the strongest NP humanity ever possesses because of this thing, right? That's all we really have to go off of. But it's really weird that when you have that to go off of, somehow people are constantly trying to act like Aya's not a big deal. It's crazy. I see people saying King Hassan's NP is stronger than Aya. I see that all of the time. That's actually a really common one, that people say King Hassan is like more dangerous than Gil, and I'm just like, what are we actually talking? It's just stupid. It's like that is so nonsensical. But yeah, that was like a whole comment chain, is people trying to act like Aya's weak, and then they're just ignoring all of the things that say otherwise. And it's funny, I brought up this command code several times, and they didn't respond to it once. They just kept like diverting, you know, dodge, deflect, deny, and they never once addressed this command code. It's acting like it's not a thing. The thing about Avalon is it doesn't block things. You're not there. That's why it's just like impossible to kill anyone in Avalon, because you're not there anymore. Like you physically are in Avalon during Avalon. Surprise, surprise, right? So you're not. What are you gonna do, right? Like there's no way to interact with them, so you're like completely out of phase, right? So there's no amount of, and these say this in Fate Stay Night, no amount of power will allow you to get through Avalon, right? It doesn't matter if your attack is onto infinity. It doesn't matter. You're not hitting her, right? Or whoever's in Avalon. If you're not hitting them, like what the fuck are you gonna do about it, right? So yeah, there's really no breaching Avalon. It won't shock me if someday they come up with some absolute horse shit. It's like, oh, this can get through Avalon, right? But that is just bullshit. So, but you know, I wouldn't put it past them if they do something like that. But basically, it's like you're not even there, and then even if you had like some hacks ability to like try to seek them out in Avalon, like teleport there or whatever. Avalon, the land, is protected by like a super barrier that's like better than all the magics and shit, which they never really explain, but that's a thing. So there's not, as of right now, there's really no way you could like even Ort has no way of doing anything to someone in Avalon. Again, they're physically not there, so. That being said, though, people also do the opposite and then act like Avalon is the best NP that's ever existed. It's definitely not, because, and they make this very clear, when you're in Avalon, you can't do shit to anyone else either, right? Like, it goes both ways. You are completely incapable of harming them or doing anything, and they're completely incapable of doing anything to you, so it's not as useful as it, might seem, but it is very nice to have a block anything button in your back pocket. Now, it has some limitations and whatnot, and also Artoria doesn't even have it. That's the big thing. It's like canonically she does not have it. When you summon Artoria, you don't get Avalon. It doesn't work that way. But like it's a good NP, but it's definitely not the most broken NP out there. Yeah, no one's gonna. If you have Avalon in your kit, you're not gonna complain, right? That's a pretty nice thing to have. It's like Tesla. Tesla's got an EX rank defensive Noble Phantasm. His normal Noble Phantasm can be used for offense or defense, and that's really good, right? It's really good to have a defensive Noble Phantasm. Nightingale's NP would work actually, but you'd have to activate it first. There's plenty of things that would beat Avalon if you just activated it first. Like things that just kill them, immediately. But yeah, if Nightingale activated her NP, you're not allowed to use your NPs. Now they could lore bullshit and be like, oh, it trumps it or whatever, but you shouldn't be able to activate Avalon. However, if she was already in Avalon, Nightingale's NP wouldn't do anything. I have no idea what to put on this card. I'm like, I don't know. You can always do Star Bomb, I guess. Just heal. I mean, Gil's a pretty terrible solo unit. His buff does not change that in the slightest. It honestly makes really no difference, but because some of his value is going to go into like overkill and a break bar and shit like that. But it doesn't hurt either. Yeah, no, she still does not have Avalon. Now, they might have her get it in a story or something, we'll see, but she absolutely does not. Not only does it just say that in every material book that Artoria is in, even in FGO, she doesn't have it. And why would she? Like, I think a lot of people just literally don't know both the real-life Legend of King Arthur and the Fate one. Like, they're just missing the mark here. I just cannot find this command code I want, dude. Dude, I hate the command code UI. I know I say that every stream, but I mean, look at this shit. It's like trying to find one specific thing amongst this many fucking pictures is just completely ridiculous. And then now you get this stupid thing where the text covers up half of them, so they're way harder to notice now. I don't think you can have Avalon activated indefinitely, but if you did, that would not be very practical, because your master is probably just going to get killed unless you were like right by them when you did it, and they're inside of it as well. But you're kind of just letting your enemy do literally whatever they want, and then they could just ignore you. Although I guess you could troll, and like if someone didn't have the means to fill up the Grail without killing all the servants, and then you're just like staying out of reality, so you can't die. You could do that. So that's a thing. Although given enough time, I think people would eventually find some other way to finish the Grail, unless they're just a really incompetent Magus. Yeah, camping, essentially. They just wait him out, wait for him to die of old age. I don't know if you can move around or not. I don't think they ever say. In Fate Stay Night, she does not move. And when she exits, because she doesn't like run over to Gilgamesh and Avalon and then deactivate and then attack him. She deactivates it, then runs over there. So I presume you cannot move. However, I don't think Natsu was really like giving a shit at the time, so he could easily just make some shit up now on the spot if he ever wanted to use Avalon again. and if he wanted to make it, you know, stronger, he could just do that. So, yeah, not really clear, but doesn't seem like you can move in it. You might be able to move within Avalon, but I don't think you can move within the normal world. I would presume so, just because if you can, or Toria's just an idiot, right? Like, that's all I can say. It's like, if you were allowed to move, she's a big dumb. She is kind of dumb, but she's very bull rushy and like, God, like there's that whole bit. Does anyone remember this in Fate Stay Night? Where like, Rin, Shiro, everyone is like, don't go to Ryoto Temple. It's obviously a trap. And then not only does she go, and I'm surprised it was a trap, but she did not even inform her allies, right? So they couldn't even help her or anything, and she gets her ass kicked because, remember that, right? Brilliant strategist on that one, right? Like, just kind of she's very aggro, right? Very, bull rushy, dumb, but this is what it is. She's less dumb in some of the other works, but yeah, in Fate Stay Night, she's pretty stupid. Explains why Mordred's a meathead. Honestly, Mordred's less of a meathead in that regard. Now, she's more of a meathead in every other regard, but she's actually slightly more tactical than Artoria, I would say. Not that she's any, bastion of tactical prowess or anything, but... Yeah, honestly, them giving her all red cards actually represents the way that she fights and stuff very accurately. That kind of wacky buff they gave her. I just like how Aya encompasses the fucking world in Fate Strange Fate. Like, it says that in the book. It pulls the whole world into the crushing void. And it is held together because of Enkidu. That's what it says, right? And that is completely in line with what Fate Zero said about it, and how it worked in the Reality Marble and why Gil was willing to use it that way in the Reality Marble and stuff. So it's capable of encompassing the entire world, and the Crushing Void obviously, is gonna murder it, and his master and Waver in their respective works both are like, yep, no, it could fuck up the planet. And then everyone's like, oh, no, guys. Aya's not called Anti-World because it's Anti-World. It's called Anti-World because, Yeah, I hope the anime does that fight like the book does, because that should shut up a lot of people about Aya not actually being strong. I can't believe that's something anyone believes, but it is for some fucking reason. Okay, so I can Rainbow Chain, but then I'm gonna throw the heal away. But I guess I'll just do the art card last and keep the heal boost, although I guess that won't do anything either. I mean, if CCC doesn't make people realize how busted Aya is, I'm not sure anything will, to be honest. Although I guess no one actually read that, so, that's the thing. And no one read Fate Zero. No one read Fate Strange Fake, so, and then the anime of Fate Zero didn't really, give you the same information just visually, so, I mean, they kind of do. It was never officially translated, but it's got a fan translation. To be fair to Artoria, now it is true that almost every fight in Fate Stay Night, she does not win fairly. And she's even aware of that. She admits in her own thoughts and her inner monologues in the visual novel that Kojiro is better than her in almost all respects. She is aware of that. However, some of the fights, weren't really fair to begin with because she is nerfed. Now, some of her opponents were nerfed too, right? A lot of people are nerfed in Fate Stay Night because the masters suck. That's like a reoccurring theme in Fate Stay Night, that the masters are a bunch of teenage morons that are incompetent at being a Magus. So almost none of them can unleash their servant at their full potential, right? That's a very common thing. Medea's not at her full potential, Medusa's not at her full potential, except for Heavensfield. Toria's not, etc., etc. And Kojiro's super scuffed because Medea can't summon him properly because it's a servant summoning a servant. So he's super scuffed, and he was never a heroic spirit to begin with. So there's almost no one is fighting at their best, right? Like basically no one is at their best. Because even Ku got summoned by a good master, but then she got ganked, and then Kodamine nerfs the hell out of him with a command spell and stuff like that. I mean, basically no one gets to fight at their... Let's see, who... I guess Emiya is mostly at his best, but he's also a more modern servant, etc., right? And although Gil's not really at his best, it doesn't really matter because Gil breaks the rules so hard. So yeah, Emiya is one of the only people that's at his best, but he's not at his best though in Unlimited Blade Works because he doesn't have a master at the end. And he still was summoned with correct stats and all that, right? You get the stats based on your original summoner, not your current master. So like Emiya's not. Well, no, I don't know. They're not being consistent about that actually because Artoria's stats do change with Ren. I don't fucking know actually. They are really inconsistent with that kind of shit. So I don't know what the fuck was going on with Emiya at the end of Unlimited Blade Works. They also said he should fade away in 48 hours if he didn't fight at all, and he lasted more than 48 hours, and he fought fuckloads. So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, almost no one was at their best in Fate Stay Night, but Artoria does beat most people with bullshit or outside help or, you know, the enemy being more nerfed than she is and things like that. But honestly, Fate Stay Night though, like I always see two camps for Artoria all the time. People act like she's the strongest servant that ever existed, which is just so far away from reality. It's crazy. It's kind of silly too because they make that very clear, like with Ozzy, right? Like both Arthur and Artoria are so outclassed by Ozzy, and they've made that direct. They've compared even regular Artoria to Ozzy like that before. She's not going to do better than Arthur. No, like absolutely not. There's a lot of servants that are just so much stronger than both Arthur and Artoria, right? Like just abso-fucking-lutely. And you know she gets outclassed quite a bit, and yeah, she's a strong servant, right? She's, you know, King Arthur, of course she is, or based on King Arthur or whatever. But yeah, there's just no world where she's the strongest. She's not even the strongest thing from Camelot, for crying out loud. But yeah, my King of Heroes is definitely a thing. But then there's this other camp of people that act like Artoria is the worst servant that ever existed. That is absolutely a thing. Those are so easy to find. And, you know, they'll make arguments like how she, you know, plot armors a lot and, you know, she was weaker than Kojiro in terms of swordsmanship and all these things and stuff. But none of those things really point to her being weak, right? There's a difference between not being the strongest thing on the planet and then being weak, right? Like no offense to Boudica fans, but like Artoria would body like Boudica in a fight like so easily, right? That would just be a slaughter. And there's a lot of servants like that Artoria would just completely run them over, right? Like she's absolutely a good servant. By the way, I am so close to being able to NP again here, but I cannot. I'm trying to think. She has double defense up. Do I do charisma? I will waste the star bomb and a turn of the attack up and you know what, I'm gonna do it because yeah, we really want to break here. So we can get rid of a defense up and then we will do, I guess we'll do the heal boost. This is the only card that doesn't have what the fuck? We're missing 5 stars, which is 50% crit spread out amongst 5 cards, right? So you can think of it as like 5 negative crit stars. All 5 negative crit stars went to the same card. Like, how is that not spread out a little bit? Like, just a little bit. Like, put like one of them on the quick card or something. Like, Jesus Christ. So anyway, I want the heal boost, but that is the worst art card to do. But I think we're just gonna have to do it anyway. I could Rainbow Chain, but no, I think we need to get that Buster in there. How did I... Jesus Christ, I guess you removed the defense buff before damage. Like, holy shit, I definitely could have done a different combo there. I don't know. I think if there was plot armor, Boudica would put up a fight. And if there wasn't plot armor, I think she'd get cut down pretty quick. Unless she was like really prepared, you know, and maybe the master used the command spell and shit, but like, that's not a good matchup for Boudica. Like, Artoria's got more combat experience, she has higher stats, she has a stronger NP. I don't, like, what the fuck is Boudica gonna do? I mean, maybe get on the chariot and run away, right? Like, maybe that'll work, but, yeah, that is not gonna go well for Boudica. Well, what I normally do if we want to talk about like who's fighting who, I think the fair thing to do is assume both of them have a normie master, right? Like just a normal master, right? Not shit, not holding them back, not bad at all, but they're not like some crazy hacks master like Bazette or something. I think that's generally the fair way to go about it. And I will say though that does affect some of the powerhouse servants, right? Like Excalibur is a mana hog, it really is. Where Bodica's NP's not. It says like, it's a very low mana consuming NP, right? And like Karna is way stronger than Artoria, but a lot of masters, even an average masters, couldn't handle him. He's one of the hardest servants to handle because he has a constantly active Noble Phantasm. So the mana drain is just insane. And then so not only is it hard to just keep up with him existing, then if he wants to fight and like use his Prana Burst and use his other NP and all that, like that's not a good time. So Karna is one of the most unwieldy servants I think that's like ever existed. Where like Gilgamesh is cheating because Gil doesn't even need a master because like have you noticed when Gil's master got smacked in Fate Strange Fake, and by the way, it's like this in the book. It's not just like this in the anime trailer they just put out. Gil's not panicking or anything. He's not in any hurry to get a new master. Have you noticed that? And it's because he don't give a shit, right? He's got so much bullshit in Gate of Babylon. He's even said he could have stayed in the world in Face Day Night without Kodamine. He basically let Kodamine help him to like flatter Kodamine, essentially, right? So yeah, Gil's broken as fuck. And most people forget this. Gil's NPs don't even take mana because the reason NPs take mana is because they're not real. They're like created by the Throne of Heroes. They're copies, and they need mana to like function and to be fueled, right? Gills aren't like that. Gills are just real physical Noble Phantasms. They don't require mana to materialize or any of this stuff. It says they require a tiny amount of mana to activate Gate of Babylon in the first place, and that's it. And then then they don't take any fucking mana. So like what the now he can do stuff with mana, like when he fills up his swords with like gold energy and they explode. That takes mana, right? The sword, surprise, surprise, they don't normally do that, right? That's Gil stuff. But yeah, he's really broken and is not a mana hog in the slightest, and he has ways of getting mana, on his own. Okay, we can finally see the buffed Aya here, because now we've got our first skill with the NP up. It took a second, but we're ready now. Let's see what our damage is like. I could do Buster for just ludicrous damage, but then we could also go Art and try to loop with our third skill. Oh fuck, we have a Buster up gimmick here. God damn it. Dame, you're fucking it up. How many guts does she have? 3. We should probably Art. See what happens here. We could actually die here though if we get crit. Well, she does have a defense up, which I could remove, but I just won't, and that'll offset the Buster up somewhat. Not entirely though, definitely not. I am so looking forward to the doggo. Fate. Okay, so I'm guessing that would have been more like, I don't know, 220k maybe? I don't know, we're gonna have to do a different boss where we just don't have Buster up. That's gonna warp it a lot. So if we don't die here, we win. Now I could have cast Evade there, but then we might not, and then she would NP next turn and all that, so we really need to just not die on this turn. Okay, well, she only has 1 action left, so if she doesn't bust her crit, I don't think she's got a chance here. Well, that is a Buster card. That was not a crit. Also, I think we would have lived, because she doesn't have crit damage up, so if she had crit, it just would have been double, and I think we would have barely lived that if that was a Buster crit. Well, we definitely win now. Because we get our NP, and then we can take up a bunch of lives at once. We honestly could have beaten this without the Buster up. It didn't matter. We overkilled so fucking hard with Aya there. If we didn't have it, we would have killed anyway. And the Buster damage on the other turns wasn't relevant either. Yeah, there's a lot of backstabbing shenanigans in Fate Strange Fake, and I'm not. I guess I won't spoil it, cause but there's the whole thing with you know, Flat recently, so. I would love to see Q in Ireland, or you know, I guess there's probably other contexts we might be able to get the other NPs, but yeah, he gets like higher stats. He gets a castle Noble Phantasm. I think a chariot Noble Phantasm as well. Like run at you on a chariot, preparing bowls, right? That's fair. They don't say what the castle Noble Phantasm does, but it's probably something defensive related. Kind of a shame that she's out of gut stacks, because I could actually take 3 stacks of guts right here. Because I could Buster, take a stack, NP, take a stack, then Buster extra, take a stack. But, no can do. Alright, we gotta find a different stage. Also, this background gives me a headache. Zig and Karna are fighting inside the Hanging Gardens of Babylonia. And if your next question is, how did it not get destroyed? The answer is, shut up. APOC is a perfectly written masterpiece that has absolutely no plot armor or issues in it, chat. Fate is always the most legit. Dude, I remember this guy on YouTube, like, unironically was saying that, like, Fate never has plot armor, and Shiro beating Gilgamesh had no plot armor in it whatsoever. I remember that. He's like, you have to read more to understand it. I was just like, uh-huh. Okay, we need a stage where we don't get a giant Buster Up gimmick. And then preferably where we're counterclassing, but at this point, I think we just have to take what we get. I think I might need to summon my Gil on my main, because my old account doesn't have all the ones out here. I can always shoot Kiara in the face, but I don't know if as a boss, when she's a beast, I don't know if she counts as a servant. See, chat, I made sure on my ult account, because I don't care about my ult account nearly as much as my main, obviously. But because I knew I was going to use my ult account, you know, frequently to like summon stuff from my main account and things like that, I did make sure to level 1 craft essence to 100, right? And the thing is, it's not like I know what servant I'm going to summon from my ult account to my main account, right? It could vary. It could be a Buster servant, it could be a Quick servant, it could be an Art servant, chat, it could be any of these things. So, you know, because I didn't want to level a bunch of craft essences on my ult, I wanted to make sure I leveled a really good one that would universally do a good job and not feel like it's holding your servant back, right? You don't want to, chat, you don't want to use one of your favorite servants and feel like you're holding them back,
not that
right?
guy,
You don't want your
You're
favorite 5-star at MP1, chat. That would feel like shit, chat. So yeah, you gotta make sure you got a good craft essence that is just universally helpful if you're doing normal cards, if you're doing an NP, if you're critting. But if you happen to not crit, you want it to still do something, right? Because like this craft essence here, chat, if you don't crit, it doesn't actually help you at all. It does, other than the raw attack stat, right? And so that's not so good. And then, you know, as a bonus, chat, sometimes there's these craft essences that
Filthy scum.
not only do they make your NP do more damage, not only do they make your crits do more damage, and all the card colors, and your non-crits too, they also will make your extra attack do more damage. Now that's really rare, chat, because the extra attacks can't crit, so crit damage up doesn't work. Buster, Art, Quick Up, that doesn't work because it's not technically any of those. NP up doesn't work because extra attacks aren't technically an NP, obviously. So like, chat, man, that doesn't leave a lot of buffs to make the extra attack any better. And there aren't any craft essences, unfortunately, that actually make your extra attack specifically do more damage. Oh, but you know what, chat? There's attack up, chat. Attack up does make your extra attack do more damage, and all those other things we listed. So obviously that's the one I went with, chat. I made sure. So like right now I want to use Gilgamesh, right? I want to make sure I'm not like holding him back and not having a good performance out of him, right? So we got a golden sumo, chat. That's a great craft essence to just have at 100, have in your back pocket. Always have your servant have a good showing, right? Because chat, you wouldn't want your favorite servants to have a bad showing, chat. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't want to have them at like 999, NP1, some shitty CE like drunken jolter or something like that. No. You don't want any of that, chat. So, and you wouldn't do that, chat. You're all smart enough to make sure you got that free craft essence that they gave out twice. That has such great universal value, right? If you can only level 1 CE, that's definitely the one to pick, chat. Very good value there. But yeah, thank goodness everyone in my chat is smart enough to have done that, right? It'd just be foolishness not to have done that. I like how chat is retaliating by queuing up more cruise usages. I am struggling to remember how to get to the fucking main interlude tab here. I guess it's not. Surely it's not in this. I thought it was just what? Where the fuck is it? I guess is it in this? Nope. I guess it's not in this screen at all. What? Yep, that's what it is. You gotta back up one more. Yeah, guys, this UI is great, guys. Really good UI over here. No, oh yeah, we have this one. That doesn't really have a lot of servants in it. You're mostly fighting monsters, but I totally forgot that we had those stages available. God, if they would have just given us the challenge quest. I love the challenge quest in that event. Overall, that event's kind of mid, but yeah, that was a good challenge quest. All right, what do we got? Siegfried. That'll work. He's weak to Aya, so that'll do the job. That is Attila, which I think she's weak to Aya too, but I'm not 100% sure because of all the space bullshit. There we go. No need for these.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
That's just mad, man. That's just mad. Also, look what is going on in this craft essence right now. Oh my god, Chad, I've been playing this game for so long. This gives 2007 plus QP. This gives 2013. And I think I was playing it before 2017, it's just I don't know if there was a 2016 version of this, or if there was, I burned it, or whatever. But, Jesus Christ, man. Dude, I love that meme where the guy put the Christmas craft essence that gives you 50% starting NP and quick up, and then like aerial drive, and then like the Virtua one or Painting Summer or whatever, and did the Invincible meme with like, look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power with Golden Sumo. It's completely accurate. And you got the Geronimo opposite of that. Oh my god, it takes so long to find anything now. I need to just put a lot of stuff in my second storage that I don't use often because, like, oh my god. I have a level 11 one that's less health. Yeah, the thing about the Virtua one is it's not enough art up to care. Right, it's better than nothing, right? You'd rather use this on an art servant than like this. Yeah, I mean, it's 8% is just not that great, and the secondary effect's not that impactful either. I mean, it's okay, but yeah, overall, this is definitely better, especially if you're occasionally going to do things that aren't an art card, and you do have your extra attack and all that kind of stuff, so. The thing is, the whole thing with the mid meme, right, it's kind of playing into what chat's talking about, right? How people make like a 7 out of 10 bad, right? Which they shouldn't. That's kind of the point of like that whole meme, right? Is middle, right? Mid, normal, average, you know, as an insult, right? That's kind of I think the point of it. Okay, we get quick down, but I don't really care about that. I mean, ultimately, anytime someone uses a word, the context of how they're using it is really defines it, right? And that's fine. That's not even a problem. I mean, it really isn't. I don't really care what word someone uses. I care what their intent is. Like, if someone uses fuck in like a joking way or in a, you know, friendly way or whatever, why should I be insulted just because they said the F word? Oh no, right? What matters is if they're intending to hurt me or insult me or belittle me or whatever. And it doesn't if that's their intent and that makes me not like them or not want to be around them or whatever, that's fine. But which word they happen to use doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they said damn, fuck, shit, you know, poo poo pants or whatever. It's irrelevant, right? And that's something that really worries me. I've noticed there's just a real increase in people that they get upset about the tool and not the reason the tool is being used, right? And that it's just silly, right? I mean, it's actually silly, right? Words are just made up noises. You know, it's just gurgly gook. We just made it up. There's no sacredness to it, right? If you go to, you know, a different country and you speak a language that they don't speak, it doesn't matter what you're saying, right? And that kind of shows how arbitrary it is. But yeah, you got people getting mad because someone used this word or that word and blah, 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 and they don't care about what the person's intent was or what their goal was or, you know, that kind of thing. It's just silly, right? I don't... There are no... Chat, I'm gonna have to run it. There's no Santa Claus and there's no magic words. Open Sesame doesn't open doors, right? Words don't have special magic powers. It's just not a thing. Words do not have magic powers. They do not actually affect anything other than sound, right? That's it. So the context, the meat of what someone is intending is the only thing that matters. And it is just shocking to me how many people get so hung up on, you know, just silly stuff. You know, they're not getting to the root of like the idea that someone is expressing or whatever. And yeah, that's not a good look in my opinion. So I don't have to say open sesame in front of elevators, you know? No, you don't gotta. You can, but you don't have to. It's definitely part of, though, just humans being emotional, right? We're emotional creatures for the most part, and there's exceptions. You know, some people are abnormally logical or even more emotional, right? But exceptions prove the rule. And humans are just very emotional, and we let that get in the way of our judgment sometimes. And that's fine, but when you're not 10, you should have enough experience to be like, oh, yeah, I'm having an emotional reaction here. I should sort out my thoughts and realize I need to, you know, get to what the person is trying to say and intending, and are they trying to insult me or attack me, or are they not? What's actually happening here, and not get so hung up on these just made up sounds that don't really matter, right? And it's one thing to also be like, you know, I don't like people using this kind of language. It's not the kind of language I would choose to use to express myself. That's totally fine, but you can't act like these words are sacred, right? It absolutely is mind-blowing to me that people want to act like words have like magic properties and like have power over them to, you know, affect how they, you know, behave or whatever. It's just like, okay, that's just, we're getting silly here. Okay, I really want to do my first kill to just see the damage, but I'm pretty sure we don't need it. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't even care. Fuck it. Siegfried's gonna have a bad time here. Do I do the attack up? I feel like, you know what? Yep, we're doing the attack up. We absolutely don't need it, but I just want to see the damage. We'll do the rainbow chain here. Siegfried's about to have a very bad time here. Alright, so this is normal, there's no gimmicks, there's no team buff, no stage gimmick, no defense up, this is totally vanilla. We have the Mystic code, but you normally would. 300k, wow. I was expecting it to be more in like 250 at most. I wasn't expecting it to stretch to 300. That's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. And you can be fighting 3 servants and do that. And if you do multiply that with Merlin or Veach or whatever the fuck you're doing, that could get pretty out of hand. Look at that, we looped and I don't even need my third skill. Now this one, we do not, I have to be ready to zeet the app, but this one we do not have the Mystic Code. So this is super, super vanilla now. I'm gonna do slow-mo so I have more time to zeet the app. Gotta do Enkidu next, and then I do some team stuff. I'm really curious how absurd Gil can get in a team setting now. Guys, this Enkidu's not even powerful, guys. This here, fucking... You're 31! Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, that's quite something. Yeah, that's going to be good if you're doing like AoE challenge quests or whatever. That's pretty powerful there. Yeah, weak NP, guys. Just a servant, guys. Not even a divine spirit. Yeah, he basically, if he's fighting a servant, he's basically a single target NP that hits everybody. That is pretty accurate. And then if he's not fighting a servant, then it's just a normal, strong AoE NP. Because he still has a lot of damage up. Even when that's like a dragon or, you know, whatever. Alright, what to smack with Enkidu? Don't really have a good stage for testing Lancers. I got a lot of good Saber stages where like the enemy's a Saber, and that obviously is not ideal. Couldn't even beat a high schooler shaking my head. I know, and Karna lost to Homunculus guy. Dude, I find it so funny that the player base will like rise up to defend Karna, right? And be like, no plot armor, it's just plot armor, guys, it's plot armor. And then, but with Gilgamesh, it's the other way around, where they're constantly trying to act like Shiro had no plot armor whatsoever. And it's like, it's kind of funny. It's probably different in Japan, though, because Zig is a lot more popular in Japan than he is in English-speaking places. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that, because Zig is really unpopular in the West for the most part. But, and he's never been, like, the most popular in the East or anything, but he's really not hated. Self-inserts like that generally aren't. This is a thing, though, I've noticed. Like, what the West does when they want to do an air quote self-insert, it's not exactly a self-insert, it's more like just a blank character. Like, Doom Guy. He just doesn't speak, right? He doesn't have qualities, right? He's just a blank thing to view the game through, right? That's not what the East generally does, right? Because you see this a lot in the West where the protagonist doesn't speak at all, or they speak so fucking little, right? So there's like no defined character at all, and they're just like a totally blank canvas to kind of like use as a window into the world, right? What like anime does a lot, and like a lot of Japanese games and stuff, is they make a very lukewarm character that has no offensive traits whatsoever, right? They only have admirable traits, like they're hardworking or whatever, but they're very vague, undefined characters. Lukewarm is the best way of putting them. They speak plenty. They'll say nothing while speaking a lot, right? And that's kind of the difference there. When the West wants to do a blank character or a self-insert or whatever, they do something more like Doom Guy or just a completely silent protagonist, where the East makes a character, but they all feel the same and they're very, lukewarm. There's not a lot to attach there. Ice guys, that kind of thing. And I don't like that. I don't like either that much, but here's the difference. Generally, when the West uses a silent protagonist like Doom Guy, it's in a game like Doom. Who the fuck plays Doom for character? Like really, who in God's name does anything to do with Doom with character? No one does that. You're there to shoot demons in the goddamn face, right? That's the whole appeal of the game. You don't want the characters getting in the way of the action. That's kind of the point, right? Or you might have a game like Fable, where it's kind of an RPG, pick your own adventure. You can decide to be good or evil or whatever, right? So you don't want the character getting in the way of that. That's kind of the reason why the West does it that way. Where the anime and all that from Japan, it really is the more self-insert to feel like the hero, but don't have any defined character traits that might go against what the viewer wants, right? So yeah, very lukewarm. So yeah, I'm not really a fan of self-inserts. They don't. Now there's some games I guess it's fine for, or anime that maybe I can't think of an anime though that I've ever seen that a self-insert worked. I cannot think of anything. Like maybe for games it's different because it can be more about the gameplay or the action, right? Not so much about the characters. But yeah, I cannot think of a single anime where I think a self-insert worked. Like I think the FGO self-insert is like Shiro's a self-insert, but not as much so as FGO's main character, right? He's got more of his own character than FGO does. And I think like FGO's main character sucks balls, right? And like the anime and stuff is just garbage. Not interesting whatsoever. Okay, what the hell are we going to use Enkidu for here? A lot of people do see Shiro as a self-insert, and he's like a middle ground. He's definitely intended to be kind of self-inserty and like, appeal to teenage boys reading the visual novel and that kind of thing. But he does have enough of a defined character that he's in between, like for sure. And like his issues are exaggerated, but based on a lot of typical like teenage issues in Japan and stuff, like having a hero complex and all that kind of stuff. And also what like hero complex is exaggerating from, right? Like wanting to feel useful and not be useless and that kind of stuff. Those are very typical struggles that like teenage boys have. And that's very common with self-inserts. What little defined traits or whatever they have are just very normal stuff for young men, right? Now, I'm not gonna lie, Chad, I'm gonna blow your mind. I've never read a romance novel from like cover to cover that's like aimed at women. I've never done that. It's never happened. Big surprise, but I'm aware of their existence, and if there is a female equivalent, I would expect it's there. I don't know that, and generally, you don't see a lot of female self-inserts. Now, you occasionally, like especially with video games, you might, but generally the female characters, even if they're the protagonists, normally are less self-inserting. But I suspect that's not the case for romance novels. I suspect they have the same self-inserty, lukewarm kind of thing. But I don't actually know that. Like I actually don't know that, having never actually read any. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's where those are going to exist. And like what vague personality traits they're going to have are probably going to be, exaggerated or mirror common, traits or worries or concerns or whatever that, the ladies would have. Which isn't wrong. I just never liked that kind of writing style. I don't like self-inserts. I just like characters that are their own thing to observe and, learn about. And, I've never given a shit about that kind of self-insert style. It does not work for me. Oh, Twilight. Let's not go there. I mean, most male self-inserts are plain too, though. That's, again, like I described them as lukewarm. I think plain goes pretty hand in hand with that. We could fight Kama, I guess. I don't actually know if Spice and Wolf was aimed at females or males, to be honest. I have no idea. That was a pretty good romance story though, because the romance actually took a back seat to the world building and everything. That's why it's like the one that I like, is because the real focus of it was the world building and the characters themselves and that kind of stuff. They weren't like shoving the romance down your throat, so that worked a lot better. And And here's the thing, I am not trying to insult people that like romance stuff. It's just not my cup of tea. So for like example, a lot of action stuff, right? Like maybe a Jackie Chan film or what have you, they're shoving the action down your throat, right? The rest of the shit is pretty crap, right? And I'm okay with that because I like action, you see, right? But that's just subjectiveness, right? It's not like a lot of action flicks. Was it The Tower or The Riot or whatever, right? It's like pure action scene. That stuff is enjoyable to me, even though it is shallow. It's very fucking shallow. But the fight choreography isn't shallow, and that's kind of the thing I think it's important. Is if you are going to be focusing on just the one thing, be it action or whatever, you need to do a good job with that one thing, for fuck's sake. So I think it's inexcusable if you have like an action film and the action is also bad, right? But I like things best when you have more than one thing, right? Like I think you can have amazing action also in the context of a world as interesting as Game of Thrones or whatever the fuck it is, or with good story and build up and all that. You can have. That's why I like Armored Core so much, is because I like the setting, I like the world, I like the characters, I like the gameplay, I like the music, right? It's a lot of stuff in the same place coming together that I really, really like, right? Same for like No Country for Old Men. That's a book and a movie that I really like, right? And it's combining many things in one place. And then each of those things are all done very well, right? Because I'm sure we've all seen an anime or a game or whatever that's maybe more story-driven, but then it does have a moment, maybe not even the finale, but there is like a character arc or something that has two characters fighting or whatever. So it's not normally an action show, but there is a moment of action and there's a lot of weight to it. But then because they don't have the budget or they don't know how to make a good action scene, the fight sucks, right? And it's like, well, that's not great, right? Because even if the action is a guest star, but it's important, you still want it to be good, right? And it's kind of like, even if you've got something that's not your main focus, but it's somewhat of a focus, you still want to do a good job, right? It's pursuit of excellence, right, is always nice, right? Things don't have to suck, I'm just saying. Okay, so we have plenty of stages that could like test Enkidu, but I want to see numbers first, right? We don't need to go fight Kama this second. I want numbers. Oh, okay, this is not good numbers because there's a gimmick here that lowers like your buster damage. But this is definitely the right stage to do. I'm sure someone here remembers what stage that is that I have saved there. This is absolutely the right stage to do. It's not even close here. Let's see. I don't even know if we bother using heal boost, all things considered. I think we're gonna go a more gas. Murder here. For video games, for me, now I'm not saying everyone has to be this way, but for me, if a video game doesn't have good gameplay, I am really just not going to play it. Because that's what a video game is the interactive element, right? If it has a good story, that's great, but then I'd rather just watch a video of it or whatever, right? If the gameplay is a chore, like Fate Extra or something, it's just a bad game. And then some people always say, what visual novels? I don't consider visual novels video games. I more consider them sharing the space on technology with video games. But in terms of what like my expectations are, like I don't care if you call them video games just to like make it easier as a label, but like my expectations for a visual novel are nothing like my expectations for Elden Ring, Armored Core, One Finger Death Punch, amazing game by the way. Hollow Knight, etc. It's just not the same thing, right? You play it on a monitor or on a console or whatever. You interface with it the same way, but it's pretty much a book, right? Let's not fool ourselves here. Where a video game is literally about the interactive element. So if you drop the ball in that department, there's no mercy from me, right? I have no interest in playing a video game that has bad gameplay, right? I'm just not. Now, I am interested in playing a video game that has a bad story, right? If the gameplay is good. But I would rather play a video game that has a good story and has good gameplay. But like if a game has terrible story, I'll just skip it and get to the gameplay and enjoy the gameplay. And it's totally fine. I don't give a shit, right? Where if it's the other way around, where the story's great but the gameplay is just awful, then I'm not gonna play that. I mean Star Bomb, I guess. I mean, I haven't actually read that many visual novels because most visual novels are very romance-based, and I just don't really care about that. But there are an okay amount of visual novels now that are not that. And from what I have seen, like their text format just runs the spectrum, right? A lot of the times they will have more than 2 lines of text on the screen. Like a lot of times they have an interface and a text font well designed enough that it's not a problem. I suspect though that's a thing though because of Japan, because visual novels are bigger in Japan and they can fit a lot. And I know this, I've seen this as a problem in like BlazBlue, and actually FGO has had this problem. FGO's actually got some shoddy translations because of this, where because the Japanese can fit so much more into each text box, that it actually makes a problem when localizing, and sometimes you have to like dumb down what they're saying and cut out dialogue and stuff. And actually what NA has done is occasionally they'll actually add, you guys have probably noticed this, so basically with the way the code works, from what I can tell, it would require too much effort for them. God damn it, Enkidu's got, Aries got 100 Enkidu, I didn't realize that. Fuck, I gotta keep up. God damn it, fuck. Anyway, I'm gonna have to grail Enkidu, man, it's gonna have to happen. But, anyway, whatever the workaround they'd have to do to, like, let's say when you're talking to Emiya and Fuyuki, right? Let's say before the fight, there are 3 text boxes, right? You probably noticed this, occasionally in an A now, they didn't do this early on, but they started to do this. It'll still just be 3 text boxes, but one of the text boxes will have like a scroll down, right? Now, that is a very unelegant way of addressing the problem. But the reason they're doing that, I suspect, is because whatever they'd have to do to literally add a 4th or a 5th text box that was not there before is too much work for them to be bothered. And they don't, unfortunately, they don't care enough about the NA version to do that. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support what I just said. I don't think I'm reading between the lines here. It's like, I'm sure they could add extra text boxes for like more clicks to put in the text to match the kanji. Because again, the kanji can just fit in so much more per text box than the English can. But they're not willing to. So what they do is they make one of the already existing text boxes have like its own independent scroll down. That is honestly terrible though. I think that's one of the least elegant ways of addressing the problem. It is super shit. And they know that, and so I've noticed what NA does is they try to just do their best with the text boxes that they have and try to pick their words in a way that can fit as much as possible, and sometimes they just cut out some information and stuff. They just do. And then when they absolutely must, they do like that scrolling text box thing. And yeah, that sucks. But yeah, that's just an issue because the Japanese language in written form can just fit more information in less space than English can. I mean, that's an objective fact. Tsukihime with the old-fashioned way where the whole screen is text. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's not really a bad way to do it, though. I think a lot of the times, once you've established the scene and like the background picture and all that, that's not really an issue. Because ultimately, a visual novel is a book with music and sometimes voice acting and maybe some character sprites and things like that. That's pretty much what it is. So it's okay if it's a wall of text, because you're there to read. That's kind of the point. Okay, so yeah, she's got like a anti-Buster NP. I can't remember if it's just Buster or if it's Buster NP specifically, but I don't think that's going to save her though. I'm not going to lie. Alrighty. And of course, Shenggong gets 4 out of 5 cards. I mean, we could use the handicap, so we'll take it. Accurate music? Absolutely. You know what? We'll play it again. Definitely the correct music for Enkidu here. I wonder if we can stun her here. Let's find out. We don't even need our Buster up. I'm gonna do it though, but I don't think we actually need it. So it was -5 degrees where I live. Fahrenheit. But yeah, it was very cold. And then now it's like 70 degrees. Because we had like a heat wave over here, so it's very silly. Boy, though, did that murder the snow and ice and shit, like, so fast. That evaporated so quickly. Wow, we didn't break. That resistance buff must be, pretty meaty. Chat, I could do my third skill and NP again. And that would stun her again. Because that's fair, but, we're gonna not do that because she's only got 48k, so... We'll do Buster first here. Chat, so I remember reading Fate Strange Fake, and I honestly, because it was a long time ago, I don't remember if FGO existed back then. I honestly don't. And if it did, I don't remember if I was playing it. But I do remember, absolutely, that Enkidu was not in FGO at the time. I remember, you know, learning about, you know, some of his powers and the tree, because that's one of the first things you learn about him is actually his tree NP thing. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty awesome. And then he got added to FGO, and then in the story he was Kingu, and I knew they did that to dodge Enkidu because they didn't want to step on Fate Strange Fake's toes, you know, it was really obvious and stuff. But I remember being rather disappointed that like awesome, you know, tree NP that he's got, he doesn't have an FGO. They just made up a new NP, which they're gonna allow him to do, you know, anyway in other works as well, I'm sure. But that was very disappointing to me. And, you know, obviously it's been a while, and we've kind of been used to Enkidu and Fate Strange Fake. And then I see the tree in the anime trailer, and it's kind of just like, fuck. They're just never gonna give us that, right? Because it's not like they're gonna, like, they're not gonna change his NP to be a defensive NP, right, in like an animation update. And you can't use the tree in like a fucking extra attack, right? So we're just never gonna have that. And they're not gonna make a second Lancer in Enkidu. The only thing they could do is give him a costume like MASH that changes his ability so then you get to pick between the two. Now that would actually be awesome. And if I were them, that's what I would do. That's a unique fix to a unique problem. So I think that's fine. That's absolutely what I do. It's like, yeah, we'll make a costume for Fate Strange Fake. That just changes his abilities like it does for MASH. And that'll have animations that are like more in line with Fate Strange Fake stuff. And then people can just see whichever one is more useful at the time or whichever one they like better. No problem. It's not even hard. That's not even hard to do, right? Because they've already done that for MASH. It's already a system in the game. But they're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Also, if they add Berserker in Enkidu, there ain't no world where he's using the tree NP. Even if he can use it, there's just no world. Like, anything we've ever read about Berserker in Enkidu does not even slightly point towards, you know, him doing something like that, right? Like, even if he can, that's not going to be his main NP. I don't know, maybe I'll be who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, but I doubt it. But we'll see. But yeah, he probably will get an animation update someday that will incorporate more of his, like, canonical stuff. Because basically what they did in FGO, because they didn't want to, again, step on Fate Strange Fake's toes, they didn't really want to define the character in FGO. They were just very vague, and they did just the basic stuff they knew he could do, and they didn't commit to anything, right? And that kind of sucks, because Enkidu deserves kind of better than that. Did Leonidas ever get an update? No. Are you kidding me? Of course not. Man, Ishtar, you're not strong enough. You're actually disappointing me here, Ishtar. You're not even remotely strong enough. We are just going to kill her right here. We're going to do double defense down. Like, she's probably just going to die right here. And she's also going to get stunned. We have not even used Enkidu's buff. She's just not strong enough. Like, we have literally not done our third skill. Because it's just absolutely not necessary. Yeah, she's probably just dead meat right here. We'll do the Buster because it's 100% crit. Yeah, Ishtar, you gotta work out more. You gotta go through a training arc. This is not enough. God, if they add the other Ishtar, chat, who do you think is going to be more popular? Like, if they add, and this is very important because this stuff very much affects popularity. So we're about to describe a copium world that probably doesn't exist for Ishtar fans, but she guarded the defense down. She died anyway, but yeah, she did not guard the stun. She actually can't do that, but she guarded the defense down. Anyway, so here's let me set the scene here. Here's the copium Ishtar dream world for you Ishtar fans. They add Face Strange Fake Ishtar to the game, and that's not copium, that's probably going to happen eventually. But she gets added in like a meaningful story, like how Ishtar was in Babylonia, right? So she gets like proper screen time, and so all the idiots that don't, you know, read or any of that, you know, are going to have it like right in their face, and all the Reddit posts and, you know, blah, 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 blah. So she gets like equal screen time with Rentarded. That's what's important here. She gets equal screen time in FGO to Rentarded, right? Now, obviously, that she's going to be popular, but the question is, which one would be more popular in that world? Because I really feel like if the regular Ishtar does not get good screen time, it wouldn't even matter. She's just not going to keep up. Screen time is a huge... I mean, look at Morgan. Morgan got so much more popular for her second banner than the first one because she had the screen time in the story at that point, and then everyone was like falling head over heels over Morgan and just had a roll on her and blah, 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 blah. So it looks like everyone thinks Ren, which I unfortunately, I mean, I don't really like either of them, but I like the normal one more in that she at least represents like Ishtar a lot better, right? She's a way more accurate representation of what Ishtar is about. But that doesn't really make me like her, but the portrayal is better, I'll put it that way. And I never liked Ren to begin with, so combining Ishtar with Ren is certainly not a winning combination in my book. But, you know, I have to agree, even if normal Ishtar got equal screen time to the Rentarded one, I very much think the Ren one would win. But I don't know, I could easily see, though, the more normal Ishtar still being very popular. Because, like, I don't know where Mev is in popularity. Ishtar's probably a bigger asshole though than Mev, which is saying something, but she's probably even more, you know, assholey. I guess she acts less maybe spoiled, but she's certainly more of a bitch. But anyway, Mev is fairly popular. People always say Mev is Natsu's favorite, but he never said that. She's like one of his favorites. He's never really sat down and just said what his absolute favorite was. Unless I missed that, but like the interview that they're always referring to, it's not what he said. I don't think she's not popular. I don't really know where Mev is popularity-wise, though. I mean, I don't see her grailed all the time. I'll certainly say that. But I see her on support list a decent amount. I feel like she's pretty mid, right? She's popular-ish, right? She has a following, but it's not massive. That's kind of where I feel like. I feel like Kiara is definitely more popular than Mev. Definitely. She's absolutely, though, not as popular as Morgan and stuff like that. I mean, no way. Like, absolutely not. Like, if I remember correctly, like, Kiara's sales and stuff are not even close to, like, some of the other, like, big waifus and even husbandos and stuff that really blown up. So, like, Kiara's popular, but Kiara's one of those things, she's kind of like the whole Muramasa lead up. Everyone, you know, the people that liked Muramasa and wanted Muramasa were just talking about it all the time, and we knew he was going to get added eventually. So everyone thought he was going to be super popular, but he wasn't. I feel like Kiara fans are kind of like that, where they're not a small minority, but they're not the biggest either, but they're really loud. And so I think it kind of warps people's perception of that. And like Karen was like that leading up to her release as well. Now, Kiara is absolutely more popular than Karen. I don't think it's even close, but... Yeah, the month where Kiara came out had Melt in it, and Melt is absolutely more popular than Kiara. I don't think I need to convince anyone of that. That, like, she is so much more popular. That is a complete blowout. Melt is actually really fucking popular, so... Which is kind of funny, too, because she wasn't, like, that popular in CCC, but then when she was in FGO and she was in the story a lot, she got crazy popular. Yeah, Kiara is actually a lot like Shiro, where she's got die-hard followers, and a lot of people that are like, this character sucks. Like, that's pretty common. Melt definitely has more fans and less haters. Like, no question. 1 second, I need water. And that we gotta, chat, we literally haven't found content hard enough for Enkidu to use his third skill, so we gotta rectify that. Also, though, you have to remember, not all Fate fans play FGO, and if they do, some of them are free to play, and I don't even, like, you know, if you're free to play, even if you spend a bunch of SQ on Melt, it doesn't count on the stats that we have, right? We only see the app earning reports, and that obviously doesn't account for summon tickets and free SQ. So for like example, the only time I've ever shown up on the statistics is like Edmund during like the Summer 3 event or whatever. That's like one of the only times I've ever affected anything. In all this time playing the game, right? So it really, to be clear, the monthly stats don't necessarily reflect the community at large. Because the app normally will represent whales. And whales are more likely to have, you know, different tastes compared to like a completely normal person. And I mean it, like, I really is a thing where like normally when you break down the personality types of who's more likely to be a whale or not a whale or this or that, there is differences in preference, right? Now there's plenty of crossover, there's loads of crossover, but yeah, the monthly stats certainly paint, you know, they certainly suggest some things, right? Like Morgan is not going to sell that much without her being popular. There's no way, right? Even if there's a bias in the sample size and stuff, there's just no world Morgan's not popular. And there's even other statistics you can point to, like fan art, you know, how many people grail her because people can get her that are free to play, right? And they don't show up, blah, blah, blah. And it's obvious that Morgan is outrageously popular, right? I mean, just outrageously popular. So, but it is worth keeping in mind that the sales stats are not perfect. They don't always explain everything, and because also you got character, this is a really unique thing, and I think a lot of people when they start talking about how popular stuff is and they use sales data, I think a lot of people just don't understand nuance enough to get this. There are certain characters that like Jolter and Gilgamesh, I think these are the two best examples. They are crazy fucking popular. They are so goddamn popular, but they were in the game and got rated up multiple times before the player base was even big. But there still wasn't a player base, right? So a lot of people got Gilgamesh early on, and even MP5 and shit, and got Jolter early on, right? But because the game wasn't very big, that was still kind of lukewarm numbers because the game just wasn't that popular yet. And then the game starts growing and growing, and there's another rate up, and then the new people will roll on them, but those old people already have them, and they don't really roll on it. And so a lot of people misinterpret that data, very much so. So if you actually don't add up all of Gilgamesh's rate ups and all of Jolter's rate ups, the total amount of money they made is actually stupid fucking high, but they never made it in one concentrated spot. And they're just unique like that. There aren't only the early servants are like that, where they were popular, but the player base wasn't as big and blah, 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 right? There's only a few characters that really is a thing, but most people, they don't understand nuance enough to understand that. And they're like, well, Jolter didn't actually sell that well, but they're not accounting for, you know, player base size, and then the old players not needing her when she gets another rate up because they already have her. They just don't get that. So yeah, some people kind of misuse the data because of that. Yeah, Gil and Jolter have definitely made a pretty penny. And when they do polls and stuff that are like independent of FGO, they're always super fucking high. I mean, like always. And that one guy did that big poll on Twitter where Jolter beat Morgan. Now that's, again, that's a biased sample size. Like if I poll my audience, I have a biased sample size, clearly. Like we've tested this before, where like my average viewer is more likely to like maybe like male characters more, and maybe just shit like that. You know, I attract a certain audience, right? And obviously there's still plenty of people in my audience that don't like align with my own taste or whatever, but I have a disproportionate amount of people that do. So if I do a poll, it's gonna, you know, and that's true for almost all audiences, or a streamer, or a, you know, a fan artist, or whatever. So just because someone does a big poll and has a lot of sample size doesn't mean it's not a biased one. So yeah, you're never gonna get like perfect data on like what's the most popular Fate character. There's just no way to you know, put a survey in front of every person that likes Fate and have them check who their favorites are. That's never going to happen. And like a lot of people aren't going to partake in magazine surveys, or they don't play the games but they watch the anime, or they don't watch the anime but they play the games. Right? So it's just impossible to get perfect numbers on this stuff. But there's clearly, you know, usual suspects, right? Like there's some pretty obvious stuff. Okay, I know a spot we can go. I haven't used this stage in forever, but it's actually pretty decent for a meat bag. Zig is not that unpopular though in Japan. Like he just isn't. Like he's really unpopular in the West, but he's more popular. Although he's certainly not on Shiro level, no question about that. I think it's like off in a corner. There it is. It's a forest because it's actually like outside of the city, right? You can see. But this icon doesn't really match what it actually is, so that's kind of weird. I too like Zig a lot more in FGO. It's so obvious that the writer just took the feedback. I mean, they just tried to make Zig a more defined character. So I liked him way more in FGO. That's a really rare case of that happening, because a lot of times FGO is just a lot more shallow than the you know, the books and stuff. It depends on the book, but generally FGO doesn't really hold a candle to like the really, like, you know, Fate Zero or Face Range Fake or something. But yeah, Zig was definitely better. And you know what, I kind of want to just do this and not even worry about the cooldowns. Go damage. Yeah, FGO can be shallow as fuck sometimes. But it has its moments. I was really impressed by Lost Belt 1 because even if you don't like a VC Brawn, it's really obvious that they actually put effort into that because they actually read the book. Because the anime gets rid of almost all of a VC Brawn's depth, and they just don't they cut it, right? They had to cut a lot of stuff to fit their episode count. So, but it's obvious that Lost Belt, the writer of Lost Belt 1 actually read the book APOC and it, you know, expanded on that for a VC Brawn and FGO, and they did a pretty good job of it. So that was nice. And they did it in a believable way, and it wasn't, you know, garbage or any of that. Could you guys actually kill George, please? I know we're like counterclassing, but like, if you don't debuff spam, I swear you can actually do it. I'm gonna try not to kill these guys. I forgot this stage is really annoying like this. I should have just pinned Gong to a taunt a bit easier. Yeah, I would say Arthur is the main character of Blue Fragments. Like, no question, really. That story's a little unique in that, you know, the Master of Arthur is not even really a protagonist. Like, Arthur is very much the main character in Blue Fragments. Now, in regular Prototype, you know, it's more similar to Fate Stay Night in setup. So it's Ayaka, or whatever the fuck is their name. Where Arthur is still a main character, but not the main character. And then you've got whatever the fuck is happening in Fate Strange Fate, where it's probably the other sister just pretending to be Ayaka or whatever. So that's I don't know. That is a whole weird thing that they really haven't explained yet. It's either that in that timeline the sisters were reversed and who was connected to the root, and that changes her hair color and stuff, or it's the other sister pretending to be the other one, right? It's pretty much one of those two options. I'd be surprised if it was something else. It could just be the other sister is connected to the root, but there's a lot of evidence that suggests that's not what's going on. I've definitely hinted at her being a faker, if you will. Not a pretender. None of that, chat. I like how I'm NPing here, but fuck it. I haven't actually read the early Fate Train's Fate book in quite a few years now, and I'm having to resist the urge to do so, but I figure with the anime coming up, I should just wait. Like, the more little details you forget, the more you'll enjoy. And then what I'll do is after I watch the anime again, then I'll read the book again to compare what they changed and left out or added in or that kind of shit. Do INP again. I like how we just looped, by the way. I mean, phase tanking one goon isn't really that big of a deal. I don't think they would make her playable. Even if we got a phase change fate collab, I don't think they would do that. I mean, you never know. I think right. I'm not really sure, like with Flat, because this is really hard to go into without spoilers. Just mute me for like a minute here if you don't want spoilers, because this is a huge spoiler I'm about to say here. So major spoilers, 3, 2, 1. If you haven't muted me, you're an idiot. You know, Flat gets shot in the face, and then he turns into like that dead ancestor trap card monster thing. So a lot of people had this idea that he was gonna like fuse with Jack or something, and then that would be like a welfare, and maybe that still happens, and maybe Jack is gonna save Flat from this fucked up fate he's got going on right now. And that would be cool, actually. That'd be a nice little character arc. But if Flat just stays, you know, this weird body Jack situation, if you want to call it that, but, you know, the whole dead ancestor, hey, Kaya thing, whatever the fuck their name is, right? I don't think they're going to do, like, a Flat welfare, right? I don't think that's going to happen. Because that's what a lot of people thought, is they were going to have, like, a Jack fusion thing with Flat, and that was going to be a welfare. But, that's not really what it's looking like in the last volume, but we'll see. Maybe Jack's gonna miraculously come back and not be dead and, you know, stay Flat somehow. But bullet and brain and all that shit, so, you know, we'll see. Anyway, that's it for the spoilers. I'll say that in chat. But yeah, that's a big spoiler. So yeah, you wouldn't want to hear that if you wanted to be surprised. All right, we got attack down. What a bitch. Man, I wonder if we'll get Richard early. I do wonder. Like, if we'll just get it for the movie, like, before the anime, like, season. Because it's pretty... Everyone's acting like they're just gonna do the movie and nothing else. And they might wait, right? We'll see. But they're obviously going to do an anime after the movie. Like, that's what they did with Case Files. And, the 8th book for Fate Strange Fate comes out in, like, a month, actually. It comes out in February. So, he's been picking up steam on getting those out. So, yeah, I think the anime is getting... I think they feel pretty safe doing a season 1 right now. And I would hope so. Actually, because if they want to make a good anime, and they don't want to rush anything, they need to start now, actually, really, because if they do season 1, the amount of time, like, it takes a long time to prep a second season and do pre-production and everything, if you're not going to phone it in. So they really do need to get season 1 going now, because even if they're having to wait on the books a bit, they're going to have plenty of time to prep, like, for a second season anyway. So I actually think they need to start getting the ball rolling. Yeah, I could see Sigma being a welfare. I could definitely see that. He doesn't get that much screen time, although I guess he's been getting more, I guess. I mean, I think we can all agree, like, Fate Strange Fate just does not have a main character. I mean, that literally does not exist in Fate Strange Fate. There are characters that are more protagonist-y, but there's multiple of them, and they're generally not even on the same side. Right, like, chat, I'm gonna shatter your delusions here, but Ishtar is not a protagonist in Fate Strange Fate. That is not a thing. Neither is the guy trying to wake up Ort, by the way. That's not a good guy. Where, you know, you've got like Sigma and Richard and stuff. There's several that are definitely more on the, you know, good side, if you will. That are, you know, protagonist-y, but they don't get any more screen time than anyone else. And that kind of thing. So, you know, there's not going to be an Accelerator Ishtar character arc. That is That is not happening. I mean, they might give her some redeeming qualities just because, like, everyone likes Ishtar for some fucking reason, but, man, I wish this attack down would fuck off, and I could do my third skill to get rid of it, but I'd be wasting the battery and the heal. Okay, well, this thing is not divine, so we'll just do the evade now. Chat, are we gonna actually have a problem getting value out of our battery skill? Like, it's good for farming because you can just turn one, you have your NP, obviously. But I'm wondering how looping goes here. I feel like he's only gonna loop if the enemy has like a decent hit count. What the hell? Bro, and I could put NP gain. I could do the flat NP charge on the quick card, and I could put a percentage NP gain on the art card, and we'd actually have better NP gain than that. We need a really hard fight for it to go on long enough for us to actually need the battery, which is kind of weird. And see, look, this NP doesn't have the buster up anymore, but it has the defense down. And then it's going to get another defense down. So, although you don't do as much damage, you still do plenty. Now, I didn't make any stars last... Well, I made some, but I didn't make a lot of stars last turn. So, maybe if we don't kill him, I mean, we might have a chance to use our third skill here. Ikiru is so strong, dude. He is just absolutely the best single target lancer. So many niches. Please don't kill it. Please don't kill it. Okay, at least he didn't kill it. No! Stop looping! What? How did we get more? I guess we didn't crit with the quick card last time. This is stupid. This is an enemy also with a really low hit count. Although it is a caster, so that that actually does offset the low hit count, I would say. Outside of maybe like the really high hit counts. But fucking Christ. Well, I mean, we might as well use it just because, but we're actually so good we don't actually need the battery. But you know, the boss could have NP drain or doesn't attack at all or something, right? There's times it could happen. You're not gonna always loop, right? You're not. You can definitely loop a decent amount though. I don't think Fate Strange Fake Jack would be that hard. You just pick. It's just like 100 face. It's no different than. It's actually easier than 100 face because there's less versions than there is for 100 face. So now. If they're lazy, they'll do it exactly like 100 face, where they just pick one of the forms, and they'll use that one as like the base in all three ascensions. And then like during certain attacks and stuff, they'll shape shift into the different versions, right? Now the better way to do it is each ascension is like one of the versions. You probably go with the most popular three, right? That's probably the right way to do it. So you pick the most popular three, and you have one in each, and then you still do shape-shifting, right, during the attacks, just, you know, especially the extra attack and that kind of thing. Honestly, I hope they don't use Lollyjack, because he barely uses that in the book at all, and it's kind of a joke more than anything. And he's kind of confused as, like, why is this here, right? Because it's not normally Jack the Ripper, right? It's kind of a nod to, like, somehow her getting like absorbed by the legend of Jack the Ripper or whatever, but it's such a minor thing in the book. It's such a brief thing. Like, I don't want the extra attack turning into Lollyjack. That's just stupid, right? Like, it's such a minor thing that I don't think they should really do anything significant with that. Like, just focus on the unique stuff, because it's going to be hard to incorporate all of the stuff Jack can do with the few animations they generally give a servant, right? So you're kind of going to be having to cut some stuff anyway. So I don't think there's any room for fan service Jack bullshit, but maybe, okay, it'd be fine if they actually really put effort into this game, right? If they actually used the money. So like all three ascensions for Jack had different, like all three different people, right? You use three different bases, and they also have different shape-shifting attacks and stuff. Right, so you can really incorporate everything that you want, and then only one of the three will like turn into Jack, right, for like their extra attack or their quick attack or whatever. Now, there's one other way to do it, and they actually might do this. This is something they might do. They could make it a rare animation, right? They do that every once in a while, where there's a rare version of an animation, like Jet Kita falling on her ass, taking her quick attack, and like her NP's got the rare, you know, like wink or whatever. Right, so you could do that. You could make it where it's a rare extra attack or a rare quick attack. I still would prefer them not do that, but that's a happy middle ground, I feel like. But yeah, Jack is tricky to do without spending money, right? If you put in money, there's no problem. But sadly, chat, oh god, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's true. I don't think Jack is going to sell very well. I don't think he'll sell terribly. Like, he'll probably sell better than Karen, to be honest. And they probably know that he's not going to sell that well, so they're probably going to phone it in. I don't see them, you know, really going above and beyond with his animations and stuff. I mean, we'll see, right? I don't think we'll really have a good barometer until the anime is a thing. Because if you think about it, some pretty strange characters have gotten popular, and I think Jack's awesome. I like his characterization for the most part, and Face Change Fake just fine. So we'll see. He might actually become popular from the anime. We'll see. But I wouldn't bet on it, especially because he's surrounded by so much stuff. Like, oh my god, dude, there's so much stuff in Face Change Fake. And some of it's definitely going to be more popular than him. So, yeah, I think that's going to encourage them not to put in that much effort. But we'll see, we'll see. It also is going to depend on how they, like, release them, right? Because, like, APOC had a few in the game day one. And then they didn't do anything with APOC for ages. And then they did, like, Valentine's Day, they had Semiramis. And then they added a bunch, right? But it was kind of spread out, right? So we'll just have to see what they do. I can see Richard getting added early, like, big time. And then maybe they add, like, one or two of kind of the random ones, like, on the side of an event. And then they do a collab event and they add several. I could definitely see that. Pale Rider's pretty cool. He is going to be tough to do. And I remember the designer of Pale Rider, he said this like 10 years ago now, I swear. It's not, I'm exaggerating, it was like 6 years ago or whatever. But pretty early in FGO's life, the designer of Pale Rider, or was it Jack? You know, actually might have been Jack's designer. One of the two, anyway, the designers specifically said they were very curious to see how FGO specifically would handle incorporating them, because they're so bizarre and be really tricky to do it. But I'm not sure that was Pale Rider or Jack. I know it was one of the two, but I kind of forget. Okay, we're really just not finding content that's difficult enough for Enkidu. It was Jack? Okay. Makes sense. Jack is pretty tricky, but I think Pale Rider is pretty damn tricky as well. We could try Kama. He already can be Kama and Kiara though. And they actually have decent hit counts. There's I wonder how he does against King Protea, because he could solo her before, but it was actually really tricky. It was really easy to fuck. Yeah, I guess there's Ort. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Yeah, we'll do Ort. I can see that. Ort's hit count is like 3. Which is decent, but it's also not like crazy high. So, alright, what do we need for Ort? Big thing is when he NPs, you need to have health left over so you don't die. Okay, that's not necessary. Yeah, we do get threat to humanity, but here's the thing. It is almost impossible not to get one of Enkidu's niches. It's like they're either an archer, which at that point, it's he's just so busted that it's not balanced. And then you have Berserker, he's got his Ancient Berserker passive, and then you have just Divinity with the stun, and that's actually probably his best niche. And then you also have Threat to Humanity. I mean, it's like Archer, Berserker, Threat to Humanity, or Divinity. That is so many things. Like that is just so many things in one place. It is really difficult not to get one of those things, and then have it also be meaningful content. Yeah, Richard is probably the easiest thing to implement. He's the most normal-ass servant in that. I have no idea how he's going to be. There's a lot of people that say they want Richard and stuff, but that's an optics thing, right? A lot of people said they wanted Karen, but it's just, again, vocal minority and that kind of... I have no idea how Richard's going to do. I think if he releases before the anime, I don't think he'll do that well. Like very much. If he released like on New Year's here, I don't think he'd do that well. I think he will do just fine though if the anime comes out first, depending on how like far in they get. So like once he gets characterization, I think he'll be decently popular. I don't think he's gonna be like crazy popular though. I'd be surprised at that, but I think he'll do well. He'll do like, you know, Muramasa numbers or something like that, I would expect. Let's see, what do I think is gonna sell the best from Fate Strange Fake? Honestly, if they give her screen time and like a main story or a popular event like the CCC event was, I could see it being Zealot. Which is dumb, but I could absolutely see that. If she's got kind of a crybaby backstory, that people eat that shit up, and I don't know, I could definitely see Zealot getting really popular. Yeah, there is the murder lolly or whatever, but I don't know. I don't know how that one will do. We'll see. I do think Richard will do well. I do think Richard will do well, but you can't underestimate the boobs, man. People are, you know, they go boob crazy sometimes, so. Yeah, I like how, I guess I won't spoil that either, but you know, the people that like, you know, the weird servant she summons, you know, that's the thing. Because, like, Gilgamesh is outrageously popular. He's actually probably the most popular thing in Fate Strange Fake, but he's already in the game, so. And I think Ishtar will sell really well if the adder. They might not, because there's some weird shit there, but if they do, I very much think she'll be popular. I don't think they'll make it a duo thing. I think, fuck, I can't, there's no way to talk about this without spoilers. There's no fucking way how to talk about that without spoilers. Like that is fucked. That whole thing. Oh god, I forgot about. It's not fake Archer. It's Avenger, really. He's only Archer for like, you know, 5 minutes. I think it's so insulting. People always refer to him as Archer, but like you're getting the Avenger. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Nasu will surprise us when we get both, but fuck, I don't think that's gonna happen. That actually, shit though. I'd actually be happy if they did that. Like, as much as I don't like Avenger Hercules Alter, that's pretty much what he is, if, like, his stage 1 was normal Herc, that'd be cool if he made his stage 1 an Archer, they made his stage 2 and 3 Avenger. That'd actually be awesome. Kinda like how Dragon Lolly is, right? But I think we're just gonna get the Avenger form. I don't think they'll do... I don't know though. I don't know. Nas is a whack, so I don't know. Maybe he would be like, okay, let's use this to put in. It's just you know, Archer Hercules is in Fate Strange Fake for like, you know, 20 seconds, right? I mean, it's nothing. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not interested in Avenger Hercules at all. But a lot of people are because fanfic stuff is popular that way. But all right, hold on. We got Star Bomb. We need the heal boost. That's what it is. What do I put on Buster? I could put heal if we really need to keep that HP up. It's either that or just damage. I think I'll try heal. I can see that being okay. You need an abnormal amount of survivability here. So, Dumas is not going to be super popular. He's not going to be unpopular, I don't think, but I hope he's budget though. Oh my god. That's actually what I want the most. I just want Dumas, preferably as a 3-star, because 3 stars are the best budget units, but I mean 2-star, whatever, it doesn't matter. But yeah, 1 to 3-star, budget support, preferably quick, but I could see them doing NP focus, because lore-wise, that's what he does, is he makes NPs and gives them to other people, essentially. So I could see him giving like battery and NP damage up. That actually makes the most sense. And you can still make that very good. However, I would be very happy if he got to be like the Chin Gong of quick. Right? I don't mean Chin Gong as in killing his teammates. I don't mean that. I just mean like, you know, Chin Gong's a staple Buster budget support, right? And I would be so happy with that because I get to use him in videos all the time. I'd be so fucking happy, dude. The thing is, it's not like like, they might make him good for Dantes, and you would think Quick Up is a pretty obvious thing to do for Dantes, but you could be a Dantes support while still just being an NP support, right? Giving Dantes, like, battery, NP gain up, NP damage up, that's still a really good support for Dantes, so they could still do that. Also, it's not like Dumas is only about Edmund, right? And the Count of Monte Cristo, right? You got the Three Musketeers and all that kind of stuff. Now, if they decided the Three Musketeers would be quick, not that I think they're adding them or anything, but if they thought, like, yeah, they should be quick too, then yeah, it would make a lot of sense for them to be quick. But I could easily see them just focusing on NP damage, NP gain, or NP charge, or all three or whatever. I could easily, because that's still supporting Edmund, right? Now, I hope they do quick. 100% I hope they do quick, but yeah, we'll see. We're not even sure what all of his abilities are. He's yet to really get pushed or anything, so it's kind of unclear. But there's a chance that Edmund is going to be in Fate Strange Fake. And if that does happen, it probably won't be for, like, you know, a long time. It'll probably be for, like, a fight scene, right? But that is, I would not be surprised if there's, like, a fight scene where Edmund gets summoned. Boy, I tell you, so a lot of Fate Strange Fake is understandable if you haven't seen other Fate media, but as it goes, I do feel like Fate Strange Fake will be harder to understand if you haven't, like, at least watched some other Fate. Because they're like, they just summon Dantes, or I don't know, I guess you could do it, right? It's kind of like Artoria summoning Excalibur. You get it, right? Because she's King Arthur, right? So even if you have never seen Edmund before, and you're watching Fate Strange Fake, and you've learned who Alexander, because maybe you knew who Alexander Dumas was, maybe you didn't, but you're obviously going to learn through the anime that he's, you know, a writer and wrote Count of Monte Cristo. There's no way you're not going to get that. So then if you summon Edmund Dantes, even if you don't really know the Fate specific, you're going to get it, right? So I guess it's okay, because you know he's a writer and stuff, so him summoning his creation, and then, like, you're like, okay, I guess that's their take on Edmund Dantes, right? You're not, I don't think you would actually be that confused by it, so I guess we'll just see. But yeah, we'll see. You know, I don't know. They might just reference it. By the way, there's a Monty Python reference in Fate Strange Fake. Do y'all think they have the balls to keep that in the anime? Because I don't know. I hope they do. I don't think it'd be a copyright issue at all. I think there's nothing about it that would be a problem, like, on the copyright side. But I don't know if they got the balls to do it, man. I hope they do. That would be fucking amazing. But I unfortunately have to. I'm like 60-40. I'd say 60%. I think they're not gonna do it. But yeah, they might keep it in. That'd be great. I fucking did the manga? I didn't ever see that part in the manga. Because for those who don't know, like, someone brings up King Arthur, and I think it's Sigma that responds like, King Arthur, isn't that like a British comedy, a skit movie or whatever? And he's referencing Monty Python the Holy Grail. I don't remember how he words it, but it's very obvious he's referencing Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Yeah, Sigma behavior indeed. But yeah, that was such a great reference, because it's like realistic, because he's a modern human and everything. Like, it's fine, and it wasn't like too on the nose or anything. But you know, there's always been kind of like joke comparisons with that. So I actually, that was a great reference in my opinion. So I hope they keep it in, but I don't feel confident they will. Actually, there is another Monty Python reference in Fate. It's an FGO. They reference it again with Bunny Ortoria, where she's like referencing, you know, Bunny being a ferocious, like, killing beast. And that's all, again, that's their, I don't remember how they worded it exactly, but they're obviously referencing that scene in Monty Python with the bunny running around killing everyone. You know, killed Gwaine, for God's sakes. So yeah, they've had at least two. There might have been another one too that I'm not thinking of, but yeah, there's at least two Monty Python references. I mean, I wouldn't want to fight that fucking bunny. You give it anime powers, right? Like, if you think about how Fate kind of takes the story and gives it anime powers. I don't want to fight that fucking bunny. Like, fuck that. Tim told them they didn't listen. Indeed. All right, let's see here. All right. Oh fuck. Oh no. I've never used someone else's servant here. Fuck. Oh shit. No, that's 65. Oh bother. Yeah, I normally use Wait a minute. Yeah, no, I need... Okay, Hex got me. Hex got me. There we go. Yeah, wait, how did I do this? Yeah, wait a minute. How did I do this in the video? Because I did Ku, and Ku's my unit. Yeah, wait a minute. I don't remember summoning a friend's Chen Gong for this, but I must have. I gotta check my own video just to be sure, but like I would have remembered if I did some other weird shit. I would have remembered that. Yeah, okay. I summoned my old account's Shin-Gong, who doesn't have MLB K-Scope, but I've got his passive. That's what I did. Yeah, that's why my brain was like, I don't remember looking for like Lost, or sometimes Lost has one slotted and Hex has one slotted sometimes, but I didn't remember looking for them. But yeah, I summoned my alt account's Shin-Gong. That's what I did. Okay. That stuff would I would have like lost sleep about that if I didn't look that up. Okay, now when we use Ku, we did use Yang CE, but I guess a good way to show off Enkidu is seeing if you can do it without. So we could just stick with a mundane but very good Golden Sumo. The very normal way to make your character, you know, pop, if you will, chat, you know. You don't want to miss it, chat, that's what I'm getting at. Oh yeah, chat, it's so unnoteworthy, I forgot to even mention it. They added a new Mystic Code. Who here thinks this Mystic Code is any good? Right? By the way, I saw people on Reddit saying they thought it was good, and they have no idea what they're talking about. You can tell just by the icons, it's not good. It has no hard survival. People just don't understand. If you don't have any hard survival on the Mystic Code, it has to be so powerful, and this ain't it. This thing is not good. It does team-wide NP up like 25%, only one turn. And I think it gives a unit one charge of overcharge. And then it's like debuff immunity and like, I think a little bit of battery or something. I can't even remember. But again, no hard survival and no massive damage up. This is absolutely not good. Like the only way it's good is if your unit already has so much hard survival they don't need any help, but then there is a debuff gimmick and it's wrecking you, and you have a really, really good overcharge. And you just absolutely don't need like debuff clear from Atlas, or you don't need hard survival. But that is so niche. I mean, that is unbelievably niche. Yeah, there's just people they don't do math, right? Like they don't realize how much value you get out of like a targeted invulnerability or a targeted evade or like the big damage ups and stuff. Like the amount of value you're generating from those is so much that kind of like niche utility crap is just never good enough. If you're gonna do like, it sucks because the devs just don't know what they're doing. You can absolutely make a oh god, this is so frustrating because the devs are just missing this so hard. Okay, so if you that Mystic Code has debuff immunity, right? None of the good Mystic Codes have debuff immunity. So you can make a good Mystic Code with debuff immunity. But what you do is you give it debuff immunity and then you give it a hard survival. Like you give it invulnerability or evade. You don't make it weird. That's the thing, they're always trying to get weird with the survivability to like mix it up. Don't do that. The reason why the big four are all good is because they all have like very straightforward value with survivability, right? Just give it evade or vulnerability, right? And then you give it debuff immunity, and then you give it like art up or quick up or attack up or whatever, right? That's what you do, right? That's how you make this work. But they're always doing shit where they pick the one weird thing and then make the other two skills weird. Like no, you need two just hard value skills and then one thing that's niche for the situation. That is what's good, right? And that's why that's what all the big four are. Although I guess the Switch Mystic Code's kind of different, but that's a whole other conversation. That's obviously the one really bizarre, unique, good Mystic Code. Okay, so Chen Gong has to NP. I could actually NP right now, but I don't think that's necessary. Let's see, if I do the Merlin, or essentially at 70, if I do the chain, we're at 80, 90, so you'd only have to generate 10 NP. Or we cut the 20 and do the quick, but that doesn't seem necessary, so we'll just do... Yeah, 100% defense up for a turn. That could be interesting, and because more times than not, that would be good enough. Although there are a lot of bosses that have so much damage up and stuff, it wouldn't quite work, but... You could also do a big damage cut. That's another way that you could, like seriously, you could get crazy with it. You could make it like a 100,000 damage cut. That's not really any better than an evade, unless the boss says sure hit. So again, that's how you get people to actually use it. And what they're afraid of is because they don't know what they're doing. They're afraid that if they made a one turn 100,000 damage cut or 50,000 damage cut, they're afraid people would always use that. But that's not a problem. Here's what you do. You make one skill NP damage up, and a decent amount, right? For one target, like maybe 40%, 50%. 50% is probably the right number. So you do 50% NP damage up, debuff immunity, 50,000 damage cut for one turn. That's useful, but you're not always going to use it, because now if the boss has a piercing vulnerability, it's great. But if they don't, generally NP up is not as good as attack up because it doesn't affect your normal cards, right? And if you don't need debuff immunity, you're better off having something like, let's compare it just to default, right? If the boss doesn't do debuffs, or meaningful debuffs, the heal's better than debuff immunity. If they don't have sure hit or any of that stuff, evade is equal to damage cut, exactly the same. And generally attack up is better than NP up. So default is still better, but if the boss does do a really nasty debuff, and or if they have piercing vulnerability, then the one I just came up with is better. Like in 5 seconds, I just came up with a Mystic Code that is viable and would see use, people would use it, but they would not use it all the time, which is what you want. And somehow they keep making Mystic Code after Mystic Code after Mystic Code after Mystic Code. And the problem is I don't think they have anyone on staff that has any sway on the company. Like I'm sure there's one random coder that knows this problem. And they know exactly what I know, but they have no voice in the company. And all the people that have a voice in the company have no idea what they're talking about, and that's why they keep making all these garbage Mystic Codes. And it really is frustrating. It really is frustrating, because it's not like the big four have all the bases covered. They don't. They literally don't. It's just the other Mystic Codes are so trash, there's no reason to, because like, we don't have a good quick Mystic Code. We don't, right? Like, it's honestly pathetic. It is so easy for them to incorporate other Mystic Codes. Like, here's one. You do quick up and vulnerability taunt. There you go, right? Very useful, and that's better than the previous one I said. It probably used a bit more than the previous one I said, but it's still not going to get used all the time. Now, in that one's case, you actually might be better off doing guts instead of invulnerability, because invulnerability, for the most part, is the best, aside from if they have piercing vulnerability, right? But like it trumps sure hit, so it'd be better to either make that like maybe a one-hit invulnerability instead of a full turn invulnerability, or you make it, lower on the tier list like evade or guts, or something like that, because taunt is very, very good, and then quick up can be very, very good, but like it wouldn't be broken if you did make it invulnerability. Probably better to do evade at least, right? But it still wouldn't be broken, like absolutely not, because sometimes taunt is completely useless. It can also be very, very good, but sometimes it's just pointless. But yeah, I can literally churn out good Mystic Codes in no time, because there's 5,000 mechanics they're just ignoring, right? Again, we don't have a good, quick up one, right? So it's easy. It's easy to make a few more Mystic Codes that would be viable, and then also not make them better than the other Mystic Codes in every way possible. It's not hard, right? It literally isn't. Okay, we are about to do some fucking, wait a minute. We don't do the attack up here. We're gonna try to loop or use our battery or whatever, and we want to have double defense down. Wait a minute though. That means I could save my first kill. Am I gonna do that? Am I gonna NP to just do defense down, to then do another NP that has the buster up and the attack up? See, how many turns we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do that, I'm only ever using this once, because I'm delaying it. It's probably fine, actually. I don't know if this is a necessary thing to do, but fuck it. Although, unfortunately, we've already used Merlin and stuff, but this will just give us an opportunity to actually use our battery. So we have to at least make it to 50. But Ort's got an okay hit count, so it shouldn't be a problem. Maybe I should save my heal though for when we're closer to the EMP turn because you want him to remove like your survival. I don't know. I think we can just kill him before EMPs, to be honest. Oh hey, it's me, chat. How about that? No, that was really funny in Art Nights when It's Me won the giveaway, and then I went to use my unit because I won. It's me. I'm the winner, right? Good time, man. Good time. Okay, he did fuck us up a good bit there. So I guess it's okay to do this. And we do this. And then we do this. And I guess we do this. And if we use the other one, really comes down to if we think he's gonna have his NP in time or not. Yeah, we finally got to use Enkidu's buff. It took a while. We just had to find, you know, a type to do it. 300,000, and we're not counterclassing. How about that? Well, also, we did not crit with that art card. That's kind of disappointing. If we had crit with that art card, we might have looped, and then, because we would have triple defense down. I don't know if we would break, but we would have gotten mighty close. But now we're going to miss one of the defense downs, so not as good. Alright, we want the heal boost. I want to do the buster attack. I do want damage, but saving the heal's not bad. I think the damage is more important, though. We haven't had particularly good crit luck throughout this. Alright. Man, I don't have heal boost for this either. Ooh, we might have fucked up a bit. We never got value out of this, so I shouldn't have even brought it. I can probably break next turn though. But I think we can phase tank one more turn. No need to do the evade, I don't think. So, Q had to really work for this stage because you had to be very specific on when you cast Guts. And I haven't had to do that for Q a lot recently because the stages haven't been hard enough. But this was the first stage that for Q solo I had to be like very specific with my Guts activation. You know, so it was pretty tough for Q, where in Enkidu here, I'm not really doing anything to go above and beyond value-wise. I didn't even bring good man codes. I whipped the value on almost all of them. And I beat this first try. And I'm not using Yang CE, where Q used Yang CE, so it's kind of obvious that Enkidu is ahead here. Yeah, Enkidu is just disgusting. Now, it is in one of Enkidu's niches, but, I mean, he is so often in one of his niches that that's not exactly surprising. Actually, if I played this better, I think I could actually live one turn into the next health bar. I think it'd be hard, but I think you'd have to get lucky because he does so much damage to the next health bar. But it might be possible to actually survive one turn in the next health bar. Where good fucking luck doing that with Q. That'd be very hard. There's really no point in being here, but just be fancy. Yeah, Ziggy. But yeah, I mean, he sold this pretty easily. I didn't really min-max or any of that, and he did it first try, so. Man, Ort's got like these torch heads thing, and he's always had that, like even his original design. Like really all they changed was they made his claws bigger, and his backpack thing was like floating, used to be connected to him. And then obviously they changed his colors. But Yeah, his design's pretty much the same, but yeah, that's a pretty bizarre thing he's got going on. He's got like smokestacks or 5 heads or something. Very, very odd. But yeah, if you look at his original concept art, he's always had that. And I don't know, but I think it'd be really cool if his colors actually change, because like his attacks are all green, which matches his original concept art. Right, he's got a lot of green, and like he shoots Nemo with a green beam and stuff, and he's not at full power. He's like just waking up. I think that's why he's level 1. Like I legit think that's why he's level 1. It's because I think he's going to be stronger if we fight him for real later. Although maybe we just keep put him back to sleep or something. I don't know. But anyway, I think it's possible when he gets to his final form or whatever, they might make it more like his concept art where he goes back to the other color scheme. However, I will say, if you look at his original color scheme, a lot of it is actually just this blue stuff being green. Like, and it's because it's covering a lot of his body. You don't really see his like skin, if you will, very much in his original concept art. It's like it's very much being covered up by this like blue stuff, and the blue stuff is just green. Now it does look like he's more like silver, gray, or something instead of black. So it does kind of seem like they changed the green to blue and the whatever color to black. But they might change. I could see the blue, at least the blue changing color because they keep doing a lot of green stuff with him. So we'll just have to see. Anyways, boys, I think I'm gonna wrap up there. Now I might have enough gas in me to do a bonus stream. I think I do. I think I will. I'll eat some dinner, and I think we'll maybe do some Arc Nights. That sounds like a good time. But yeah, I do need to go get me some food. But I think that's enough FGO for today. We didn't really do a lot, but there's not a lot to do at the minute. But yeah, I will be back in maybe 10-20 minutes. Gonna fix a sandwich or something. And then we'll play a little Art Nights. Maybe play the card game mode. I keep putting that off. I need to actually play the damn thing. But yeah, unfortunately, we have to wait until like the end of January. Did they give an exact date? Because everyone was saying it's just at the end of January. But yeah, we have quite the wait for the rest of Lost Belt 7, which is unfortunate. But we will get there eventually. And in the meantime, we'll fuck around and play some other games and stuff. Probably 31st with the way they do things. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But anyway, I'll be back in like 10-20 minutes for those that want to watch Mark Nights. For everyone else, thank you for hanging out. And I am out of here.